Oh hi, I didn't see you there. My name is Bliss Foster. Welcome to the first compilation of the Margiela series where we're exploring every single runway show that Martin Margiela produced while at Maison Martin Margiela. This is a compilation of 15 episodes all together at once, so you're not having to constantly click away out of one and put on another, and you can just kind of watch the series all the way through. A lot of people pointed out to me that they kind of felt like they needed to watch the series from beginning to end. And while I don't feel like that's completely necessary, if you want to skip around, you're perfectly able to. But for those people, here is the first 15 episodes all in one place. The only thing that is missing is one episode, and that's Fall Winter 1993, and that is a Patreon exclusive video. So if you want to truly watch the entire first 16 episodes, you'll have to join the Patreon, and you can find the link to that in there once you join. When the series concludes, we'll have well over 60 episodes, and so this is not even halfway done at this point, but I wanted to create this compilation so that people could just kind of start reviewing the entire thing. If you're going to sleep and want to have something to go to sleep to, or if you're working on a really big sewing project and want to feel inspired by the brilliant work of Martin. I will quit talking so that we can just get straight into it. Thank you so much as always for joining me. Love you a lot. People can think whatever they want about any kind of art because art is ultimately subjective. It's based on your opinions. The only thing about art that is not subjective is the influence that an artist's work has over other artists' work. If there's a single quality that it could be argued would make something good art, it is influence. The work that came out of Maison Martin Margiela is so important to the history of fashion that everything before it seems strangely dated, and everything after it bears the mark of their work. In the 20 years that he was working, Martin Margiela moved the fashion conversation more towards the conceptual, and he changed the priceless commodity of the fashion world from beauty to coolness. In October of 1988, a few hundred people received an invitation by telegraph informing them that the first Maison Martin Margiela runway show would take place at the Café de la Gare as part of the Paris Fashion Week Spring-Summer 1989 season. Most of them had no idea who that was. And furthermore, many of them probably thought it was pretty unusual that an invitation to a Paris Fashion Week runway show was telling them to go to a cafe in the seedy part of town. At the time, nearly every brand that was showing during Paris Fashion Week would do so in humongous tents that were assembled outside of the Louvre. Right now in fashion, we have this very strong mix of luxury with street. Back then, there was no such mix. Fashion was luxury. That was it. I imagine the only reason that people actually showed up to this event was because Margiela had interned for Jean-Paul Gaultier and was fairly well connected in the Paris fashion scene at the time. The Café de la Gare still stands today, and there's a great quote from the website of the cafe that demonstrates what these show attendees were stepping into. Quote, "From the beginning, the theater was dedicated to mockery and farce. When the patrons arrived, they had to draw lots to determine the price of their seats. Once seated, they were entitled to a drink and a cushion, which the actors frequently threw in their face. Even the slogan of the theater was brash. It's ugly, it's dirty, it's going to happen." End quote. As the showgoers filed into the cafe, the speakers were blaring the sounds of preparation from a few microphones that were strung from the ceiling backstage. This is the first runway statement that Martin Margiela ever made. Before we see any clothes, we immediately get this sense that he wants to bring us closer to the art. He starts by giving you a little taste of the frantic chaos of the final moments before a runway show begins. Then everything gets quiet, and the jarring chords of the Velvet Underground's "Guess I'm Falling in Love" blare over the speakers as the first model emerges out onto the runway. And what do we get? First look of the first show of a legendary house. No shirt, pants, and a pair of boots. Deceptively simple. First of all, we're shown the color white. Martin loves the color white. White shows age. Every scuff, every stain, every stretch of the fabric, a garment that's made in white can tell its own story. And that's something that we're gonna see repeated for the rest of this series. There's a lot to unpack with the color white. Next, we need to look at her hair and at her makeup. She looks the complete opposite of the models that are walking for established luxury brands across Paris. She looks just like a normal, beautiful woman. And this is another running theme for the work of Margiela: normal people. In a statement that Margiela made to Depeche Mode magazine in 1992, he said, "My clothes appeal to women of a certain mindset rather than of a specific age or physique." We will see lots of fascinating variations of that moving forward. Makeup that's sloppily applied around the outlines of a girl's eyes, or makeup that's just smeared across their eyes altogether, or even the use of a marker to cross out the eyes in a photo is something that we're going to also continue to see throughout a lot of Margiela lookbooks and runway shows. This is one of the ways that they're expressing this theme of anonymity. At the time, a model's career had the possibility to make them a superstar. Even like today, the presence of a certain model for a runway show could make or break that collection. Margiela is, of course, here pushing away from that idea, and we'll see some very interesting variations on that as we continue in the show as well. Wrapped around both wrists is a 18th century men's accessory called a jabot. Typically a jabot is wrapped around the neck, but she has two and they're wrapped around each wrist and hand, kind of like boxing wraps. She is then coyly using the jabots and her arms to make a hand bra. This is yet another theme that will be continued for decades with Margiela's work, the idea of making clothing out of something that it is not typically made out of. We also see another core part of the house's DNA, which is referencing historic clothes. While it could be argued that every fashion designer is referencing historic clothes for their collections, I would say that there is a much more purposeful and consistent use of historic designs in Margiela's work. Perhaps the coolest garment in this look is one that isn't present anymore. You can see the faint outline of a sunburn that reflects a V-neck t-shirt. This is another theme that is part of the core tenets of what makes Margiela Margiela, the memory of clothes. The temporal nature of clothing and us wearing clothing. She's also wearing wide leg white trousers. The cameraman is a bro and a half and lets us know that at the bottom of the pants there is a raw hem. This may appear to be a pair of pants that already existed that they snipped the bottoms off of and just left it like that, but what I think it's actually doing is it's showing a pair of trousers that are in the process of being made. One of the few technical details that we know about this collection was that Margiela modified the sewing machine so that the overlock was left dangling from the garments for some of them. The pants are just not finished. Yet another long-standing Margiela theme, clothing that outwardly expresses process. Clothing that says to you, this is how I was made. You still with me? We're still in look 1. This ain't no top 10 list. We're ripping the mystery wide open. Finally, we come to the most distinctive part of Margiela's work as a whole, the tabby boot. We will have plenty of time to talk about these hoofing, thick-heeled conversation starters throughout this series, but for now, suffice it to say, Martin had been working on these for a number of years before he actually presented them in this first show. His business partner, Jenny Mirrens, had actually sold a pair of the tabby boots to Rei Kawakubo a few years before this show took place. The boots were a pretty massive kick in the gut to most people who were looking at them that day because everyone in fashion was just wearing these really slinky stilettos at the time, and these had chunky heels and this weird animal foot thing. But they were a hit. A bunch of stores actually ordered them that day. Okay, so before we move on to the other looks, and we are covering all the looks, I just want to stop and re-emphasize this one very simple look holds an enormous amount of the Margiela universe in it. And I think this demonstrates that Martin did things the hard way. Concept first. The easy route in fashion is to reinvent your brand every season based on whatever comes to mind and whatever is on trend. It is much more difficult to establish a well-developed universe from the beginning and then season by season lead your audience to a corner of that universe that they haven't seen yet. From the very first look of the very first show, Martin presents something that is new, that is simple, and that is fully formed, and thus kicks off 2 decades of brilliant art. Okay, we gotta hurry. Look 2. In the Rizzoli Women's Collections book that argues that there are 3 sections to this show, the white section, the red section, and the black section. I kind of feel like there's a 4th section at the end, but we'll get to that when we get to it. We are now fully here in the white section. The second look continues in a similar vein as the first. The jabot is tied around her neck the way it would have been traditionally tied. We just see a skirt with some detached sleeves, and she kind of plays up the hand bra thing a little more. In the third look, we return to trousers. We also see another historic fashion detail, sleeves that can be tied onto or untied off of a bodice or a jacket. It's pretty common in 16th and 17th century fashion. For this look and others like it, Margiela modified sleeves that were cut off of men's shirting. The fourth look introduces a piece that will be repeated for a few other shows in the future, and that is the backwards skirt. This seems to essentially be the same skirt from look 2, except it's just been flipped around to the front. You can tell that because the slit goes up the front instead of the back. Very risque. This also introduces a theme that will be continued for the next 2 decades, and that is clothing that is being worn backwards. And we also see the jabot appear again, except this time being worn as a bandeau bra. Look 5 is kind of a variation on the same basic stuff that we've talked about so far. In look 6, we get a really good look at this sunburn motif. We also see some ideas from this collection that are being presented in the most wearable way so far. The removable sleeves and the jabot used as a bandeau bra paired with the tight khaki skirt and a pair of tabbies. So look 6 seems to be the first look where we have Margiela proposing a look that could be worn by real women in the real world, rather than something that's conceptual or some kind of avant-garde lingerie. In look 7, we see clothing that could be Frankenstein together or 2 separate pieces of clothing. We're not really sure. That cami and that crop top, is it 1 piece or 2? Hard to say. In look 8, we have another tight-fitting skirt. We have a shirt with a massive collar that is tied with drawstrings around the front, and that nips the back in a little bit. Look 9 is another similar look to the ones we've seen so far. In look 10, Martin shows off a casual shirt that shows his concept for a new kind of shoulder. The shoulder is a big sticking point in fashion. Lots of designers spend their whole careers trying to perfect a certain kind of shoulder. From the perspective of designing clothes and actually drafting and cutting a pattern, the shape of a shoulder is a really difficult thing to execute. Margiela had a number of big shoulder successes throughout his career, and we'll hopefully be outlining them in great detail here. But this is the first example that we see of the shoulder that he's presenting for this season, and we'll see it a little bit more clearly when we get to the jackets, but this is the first example of that shoulder. In look 11, we have the floor-length maxi dress with some leftover references to the removable sleeves. In look 12, we can see the familiar shirt with the cinching detail paired with a white skirt and some white tabbies. The camera doesn't give us a whole lot of details, but right here, it kind of looks like maybe they've added something onto the back of the shirt, but we can't really tell what it is. In look 13, we have removable sleeves tied to what seems to be a t-shirt dress, but the two are clearly mismatched. Look 14 is where we really get to see these shoulders. Most in-fashion jackets at the time were kind of leftover from the 70s, where there were these really broad, stupid shoulders. Whereas these still had that bigness to them, but they were much more angular and seemed much more dominant. And because of the darts on the outside of the shoulder, we were still able to see the natural body's shoulder poking through as part of the structure of the garment's shoulder. Structurally, this seems to be a more played down take on the 1890s bicycle outfits. This was the first time in women's wear history where it was clearly trying to resemble menswear, which is an interesting motif that Margiela is continuing here in this show. It's too bad he didn't take those shoulders all the way, huh? Those are some sexy, bulbous shoulders. The darting on the outside of the shoulders was also significant because most designers would have put that on the inside of the garment, whereas Margiela was putting it on the outside. This is a further continuation of that theme where clothing is demonstrating the things that make it what it is. There's a lot of little things that go into making clothing look good on a body, and Margiela made his clothes very vocal about what those little tricks were. In its own way, it's kind of a sexy power move. In looks 15, 16, and 17, we see the same shoulder technique that's applied to different kinds of coats. Here in look 18, we begin the second section of the show, which is most dominated by the color red. We start off with a simmer, which is this jersey dress with the mismatched detachable sleeves. Look 19 is a really fascinating one because the jacket seems to be referencing the way that patterns look when they're being draped onto a dress form. Another example of Margiela bringing process and final product into the same thing. Look 20 is a variant on this same look. Look 21 seems to be referencing the button loops that were a pretty common occurrence in menswear of the 14th century. There were so many of them like that so that the garment could be skin tight on the wearer. We also see some playful stuff with layers that's going to end up being a hallmark of the house for as long as Martin is there. So the vest is over the jacket, and then there's a skirt with no top, but we can see poking out of the jacket sleeves for some reason. This is such an elegantly executed but simple idea. It's a wonder it wasn't already the hallmark of another house before Martin picked it up and made it his hallmark. Look 21 is also a look where we can see the fake nylon stockings in the model for just a brief second. When nylon was in short supply, sometimes during times of war, ladies would draw on the nylon seam onto the back of their legs to make it look like they were wearing nylon leggings when they weren't actually. This plays in nicely along with the sunburn theme of the memory of clothes on our bodies. Look 22 is pretty standard stuff, except we see the jabot bracelets in black now. And in look 23, we see one of the most distinctive signatures that will announce Margiela's triumph over fashion. Hey everybody, check it out, it's those cool masks. This is the bedrock for the theme of anonymity that has come to define the work of Martin Margiela. By putting a cheap red chiffon mask over the face of his model, Martin Margiela announced to the world that it was not he, not his team, not the models, but the clothes that were most important. I also love that the model's mannerisms are so cute here. Like, she doesn't realize that she's ushering in a new era of fashion. She's just kind of wishing that she hadn't agreed to do this. In look 24, we see another stellar example of outward-facing seams. We also have another mystery about the layers. Are those all one separate sleeve? Is it the dress with a black bodysuit underneath and then removable white sleeves added on? It could be anything. Look 25 features the same cinch-back shirt, and this time in red. With look 26, it's sort of hard to tell. This looks like maybe it's the same jacket as before with the sleeves cut open. When we get a brief look at the back of the jacket, it looks like maybe the sleeves have been sewn into the body of the jacket as well. One thing that is not hard to tell is that that collar is ready to take a life. Look 27 just features a lightweight black dress. I'm not really sure what they're trying to do with this one. The sleeves have some interesting details, but we honestly can't see enough to really get a good read on what's happening. In look 28, we have the first instance of heavier knitwear with exposed seams. In looks 29 and 30, we just have more repeated motifs, not a whole lot of new stuff here. In look 31, we have the same cut of jacket, but it's in this kind of interesting material, which is a velvet. And it looks, to be honest, like crushed velvet. And if we skip forward to look 33, we begin the third section of the show, the black clothing. Look 33 doesn't have a whole lot to it other than the fact that it begins the third section of looks. And at this point, the music stops and a kind of punkish funeral dirge starts up as look 34 emerges, featuring a model with black hair, black clothes, and no shoes. In look 35, those collars are still absolutely crushing it, perfectly disheveled, and we are doing the same shirt but in a more sheer fabric that makes the seams on the inside of the shirt very visible on the outside. In look 36, the jabots are back and styled in a fourth way, this time up on her forearms. In look 37, the model does something really interesting. She stops and turns and stays for a moment as if to say, "Look at this silhouette, people. This is bonkers. Look at this." Then she turns and maybe for a second we're tricked into thinking that she's bare-chested, but she's not. It's just more layering tricks, and also maybe a cummerbund, which is a men's tuxedo accessory. In look 38, there's not really a whole lot more to report, so it's a pretty straightforward, very wearable look. In look 39, we see that this model has the ties of her shirt undone to dangle out the back of the look, which is a very subtle styling choice. It kind of furthers this idea of showing the tricks that make the clothes do what they do. And then look 40, record scratch. Literally, there's actually a record scratch. You should go watch the original video. They actually sort of do a record scratch. The runway look that launched 1,000 tumblers. The model's wearing a long sleeve t-shirt that's made of a thin nude fishnet and covered with a print of traditional Polynesian tattoos. Here we're introduced to another huge theme of Margiela's, the trompe-l'œil. I usually try to find some kind of happy balance between the French pronunciation and the English pronunciation, and it's really hard with this one. I feel like most English fashion people that don't speak French would say trompe-l'œil. I think it's trompe-l'œil. Anyway, technically the definition here means a visual illusion in art, especially as used to trick the eye into perceiving a painted detail as three-dimensionality. So the tattoos aren't really tricking you into thinking that there's some kind of three-dimensional object, but they do, from some angles, kind of fool you into thinking that she is topless and covered in tattoos. Look 41, there's not a whole lot to report other than the fact that this is a great looking trench coat that probably turned the heads of a lot of buyers. Look 42 is a great play on look 40. It's the same trompe-l'œil shirt, but it's untucked so that one can clearly see that it's an illusion. In look 44, we see the same sheer tattoo print as applied to removable sleeves. In look 47, we have another Franken garment. In look 48, these models are way too close together, so I can't really tell what's going on. And 2 looks later in look 50, it's pretty clear that something isn't right about the show. My guess is that there was some kind of issue syncing up the music. Also, look 50 begins what I would consider to be the fourth section of this runway show, which is the vintage section. It's only a handful of looks, but they're so distinctly different than the white section, the red section, or the black section that I choose to call them their own section. So we see the same shirt that we've seen most of the show, but now with this very vintagey looking sweater vest. This is the type of vintage garment that just has a very Margiela look to it. It's really difficult to articulate the specifics of what kind of vintage garments seem Margiela-esque, but just once you've seen a couple thousand pictures from the house, there are just certain things that seem to fit into the canon really well. We don't get a great view of this look because there are two models that seem to be on stage early now. This poor cameraman is doing his best. Look 51 seems to be using the same shirt with two different sets of detachable sleeves and some kind of removed halter neck. In look 52, we have this skirt with a belt with a similar formula of the Frankenstein thrift store clothes. And then in look 53, we seem to close out the entire show with an all-black ensemble. Then all the models pour onto stage wearing these starched white coats. In couturiers, this was the traditional uniform of the fit model. Between trying on different dresses and garments, they would just throw these white coats on. It is also, of course, an early start to one of the most consistent motifs in the brand's history. The coats in a lot of ways have come to represent anonymity and to kind of specify that the garments you're seeing are the result of a group, not a collection of individual people. The models are joined on stage by the design team wearing the same white lab coats, and finally by Martin himself along with his co-founder and business partner Jenny Mearns. Look at them! They're so happy! But wait, if we rewind a bit, we can see that the first model that comes out in the white coat turns and walks the full length of the catwalk. This is subtle, but I think that that model and the group that are coming onto stage are look 54. This is the actual final look of the collection. I think this might be a subtle way of saying that the final few seconds of this show are not so much the cast coming out to take a bow, as much as that model, dressed the same as everyone else, takes to the catwalk. Maybe Martin was saying, see all of this? This is the final look. The show began with the live audio of the hurried, nervous, last-minute preparation backstage. And it ends with the thrill and jubilance of a team saying to each other, "We fucking did it! We pulled it off!" The Rizzoli Women's Collections book actually starts us off into this collection pretty well, and I'm just going to read aloud from what they wrote here. The invitation to Mason Martin Margiela's second collection appeared in Paris Boom Boom, a weekly advertisement circular published every Monday with a circulation of 260,000. The classified ad for the show and the showroom was listed under the miscellaneous heading between an ad for a Canon camera and a plumbing, electrical, and locksmith service. To the paper's surprise, the fashion house ordered 150 copies of the circular. The page containing the ad, circled in red, served as the invitation. The cheapest runway invitation of all time. And that's such a good idea, and one that so encapsulates the spirit of the house. It's kind of surprising that that didn't become the permanent idea for the invitations. For the first show, they were in the 3rd arrondissement of Paris. We have now moved out to the 10th arrondissement. The 1st arrondissement is considered to be the center of Paris. And the farther out we move, the more unusual that is, because again, every runway show that's worth its salt during Paris Fashion Week is happening in massive temporary tents that are being constructed at the Louvre. First, we did kind of a theater cafe location. We've now moved to a underground nightclub. We are going to jump straight into the looks themselves, but I do want to give you a little bit of starting information about the styling of the show and kind of the general setup and vibes. This go around, instead of doing a live DJ set the way that they did for the last one, they actually had a live band show up to play with intermittent bits of live DJing. For the most part, it's all like alternative rock kind of stuff, and so occasionally they'll have a actual record playing the original vocals of a song, and other times the band is just playing covers of the song. The cover band on stage is wearing the white lab coats that now are becoming an established fixture of the house's image. The white coats are meant to redirect the audience's attention away from the identities of the individuals playing those instruments and to remind everyone this is all a single piece of art. The band, the models, the clothes, the house, the designers, everything is just Mason Martin Margiela. If I may be completely honest with you, the audio from this video is absolutely atrocious, and so I'm not gonna include it here. But I can clue you into the fact that the songs that are being played are being cut off very abruptly, and they'll change in the middle and stuff. It sounds very much like if someone was in their bedroom just playing 7-inch records by themselves. You don't really have the pressure of needing to finish out a specific track or do the full intro. You can kind of just start the thing where you know you like to listen to it and then kind of cut it off and swap it out when you want to. It feels very personal. The styling of the show is something that's very much up to interpretation. All the models' nails are reflective. They like literally have little tiny mirrors on their fingernails, which is reflective of the disco ball that they're all walking directly underneath. And it also sort of plays in with the specialty tabby boot from this season, which is a bright, party all night silver. But those elements are all in very stark contrast to the actual clothes that we're seeing, which is this very drab, lots of browns and grays and very muted tones, kind of an avocado palette, if you will. One of the more memorable parts of the entire show is that most models have on their hands this kind of faux ring thing where they took a ribbon and interlaced it between all of the fingers, so you have this very distinct "what is that" kind of look to their hands. We also have a black ribbon that's tied around most of their necks. Usually it's a pretty thick black ribbon that takes up most of the space of their necks that holds their hair down, so it sort of creates this very strange bob effect with the remainder of their hair that's visible. This could be a 90-degree twist from the accessory that they showed off a whole lot in their first season, which was the jabot, but this seems to just be a black ribbon and its primary function is to hold your hair in this weird way. So I think all of these details are meant to imbue kind of a spirit of bohemianism into this show. They're all sort of reminiscent of a young, beautiful, but very broke girl who's going out with her friends to a club, and she doesn't really have money to go get a really flashy outfit, so she sort of makes it work with what she has at home. Little details like tying ribbons on your fingers or bobbing up your hair with this weird necklace thing, those are all details that don't cost anything but do look very striking. And even if they are wearing very drab, conservative clothes, they're finding ways to jazz it up. All right, let's jump to it. Look 1. Okay, look 1 features the model Paula Girardi. Apparently when she first came out from behind the curtain and walked down the stage steps, she tripped and fell. And most people present thought that that was part of the show, and so they clapped and cheered. Props to Paula for not getting discouraged and continuing to do her thing. And honestly, who's to say that that wasn't on purpose? That is such a perfect Margiela thing. Thus far, we've seen a lot of evidence that he is trying to elevate the everyday and elevate things that are just normal and beautiful. And sometimes normal, beautiful people trip. This would be career-ending for any other house in Paris Fashion Week, but this seems to be the one place where you could safely, in the basement club of some random part of Paris, trip and fall and everyone say, she's cute, it's fine. Okay, so we have a very complicated first look, as we always do with Martin. During the first show, spring-summer 1989, the whole runway was lined with a cotton fabric. This wouldn't be something that you would notice because it really wasn't all that noticeable. So after the first show was done, they rolled that fabric back up and kept it. Then, in preparation for this show, they rolled that back out at their studio and had models walk back over it using the tabby boots that had been dipped in red paint. So the runway itself is a textile. Martin loves the color white, remember, because white is something that displays age. It shows you the life that the garment has lived very clearly. And so the thing that's been walked over by 50 some odd people, that's been scuffed up, that's gotten twisted a little bit, that's gotten stretched out in weird ways, they then kind of glorify the event of its use by walking back over it and decorating it with more use. They then cut that textile up into the pattern pieces necessary for a vest. Instead of stitching it together, they tape it together. And then Martin Margiela, taking the piss out of the ceremony of runway shows, takes a big black Sharpie and writes the date and location on a artisanal runway garment like it's a VHS tape. My notes here say, so in this way, we're remembering a time past by reusing something practical as something wearable. And we celebrate the imprint that a body leaves on things by recreating the wearing out in a very obvious way. This is a celebration of worn clothes. I couldn't have said that better myself. That just seemed like a very complicated sentence to memorize. So this, the first look of the second season, fall-winter 1989, this is the first artisanal piece by Mason Martin Margiela. That tag that's become the emblem of Mason Margiela at this point, that's not going to be used for another 10 years in these runway shows, but the different lines are represented by those different numbers, right? Some are menswear, some are accessories, some are everyday objects for the home, some are artisanal runway pieces. Okay, so artisanal runway pieces is the 0 number, and this is the first one that fits into that little 0. This look is the foundation on which he will build some of the most memorable pieces in this house's history in the coming years. And it is all concept. Some of them will be a little bit more wearable, but this one is all concept. It is utterly unsellable, except at Sotheby's 20 years later. The rest of what she's wearing is meant to be kind of in service to this artisanal piece, but the other thing that's worth noting is that, though it's not actually in the footage of the video here, the long skirt that she's wearing has darts on the front of it, right where the knees would hit the front of the skirt as a person is walking, that emphasizes the knees, that sort of gives it this kind of stretched out quality. For guys, you're familiar with this effect when your skinny jeans, if you sit in them too much or if you sit cross-legged in them and you stand up and there's this kind of ballooning that happens in front of your knees, that's what it's trying to emulate in the skirt. It is already a well-worn piece when you get it, and it's well-worn by its meticulous construction. Marty really likes worn clothes. Can you tell? I feel like half of you guys are like giving up on this video in look 1. They're just like, this is too long. Looks 2, 3, and 4 are very, very similar to this first look. He's wanting to emphasize very loudly to people that this highly conceptual piece that he's starting out with here, that this is something that is supposed to be a big takeaway. You always want to pay attention in runway shows if designers are clearly repeating a look. They're trying to get someone's attention. They're trying to wake you up. So if we skip ahead a few looks, we see this very striking shearling jacket. It has a very loud, exposed line to it, which goes along with the continuity of Martin demonstrating the way that clothes are put together on the outside of the clothes. And he's found a way to present that idea here that's very buyable. Shearling coats with exposed lines were something that was kind of a World War II pilot thing, but by this point it had become something that was in the fashion rotation for houses to do. A lot of other places had done a shearling jacket with an exposed line. So again, he's found a way to demonstrate his concept, but in a way that is something that people would really want to buy. And also that is pretty playful. I mean, usually shearling jackets with exposed lines look something like this, where the exposed line is there, but it's pretty subtle. But here, I mean, look at this thing. Like, there's almost more exposed line than there is jacket. And I mean, inevitably, those lines going everywhere on the jacket remind me of this look from the last show where it was meant to look like pattern pieces on a dress form. But here in the second show, that idea has been elevated to a very luxurious garment. In the next look, we see another shearling jacket with an exposed line that matches the color of the jacket. It's just another option so that buyers know that they have options. By the time we get to the next look, which is another shearling jacket, but this time it is floor length. This thing is very extra. And it makes me wonder if maybe they're trying to compensate a little for something here. Let's think about this a little bit. So Martin Margiela is a very new brand. They've been a brand now publicly for a little over a year. Their first show was generally successful. A lot of people didn't take them seriously, but a lot of buyers placed orders for the clothes. Considering it was their first show ever, they considered it to be a success. But part of success in this context is being able to meet your business agreements on time, and they weren't able to do that. Most places that ordered clothes and shoes from them didn't ever get them. I haven't found any information that really tells me a lot about why that actually is, but the bottom line is somebody paid for something and then they didn't get it. So I wonder if here they're maybe trying to demonstrate that they have upgraded their professionalism a little bit. They're still keeping very close to their concept. Their first 4 looks were basically elevated trash on a runway, but they're very quick on the upkeep to assure everyone we are a serious fashion house. We make real clothes. In fact, we make very luxurious clothes. Because this specific floor-length shearling jacket is just, it's a lot. We can't see a whole lot about this next look because our poor camera wrangler had a short seizure. Okay, so the next look is really cool. This is an ankle-length knitwear piece. It looks fairly normal from the front, but when the model turns, that's when we really see all the magic in this piece. The back of it is a cotton lining material, and we can see that the garment can be cinched together at the small of the back using something called a gross-grain martingale. Of course, this goes right along with the functionality of clothing being displayed on the outside. But if we dive a little bit deeper, the term grosgrain just means a heavy ribbed fabric. It's something that's used mostly for practical stuff because there's nothing delicate about it. Like heavy straps for loading trucks and stuff are made of grosgrain. Furthermore, a martingale are the straps on a horse that keep it from raising its head too high. So we dive a little bit deeper into the Martin Margiela theme of reusing things. And it's also interesting that something can be made of men's sweaters, a cotton lining material, and horse riding equipment, and it still manages to be a very delicate piece of clothing. In the next look, we see basically the same idea for the sweater. This time it has buttons running all the way down to the floor, and I honestly can't really tell what's happening in this next look. It's cool, but I can't really tell where certain garments begin and end. This is kind of an ongoing issue for me, is that I often question if I'm even seeing the garments correctly on the bodies. If we skip forward a little bit, we see the same ideas that we've looked at before, but we've incorporated a little bit of denim into it. So to kind of go to the broader picture, in this section of the show, we're seeing a lot of men's garments that are being recreated as floor-length dresses. Now, just to be clear, my guess is that they are not buying vintage men's sweaters, cutting them up, and creating dresses out of them. My guess is that they are making the dresses using the men's sweaters as a reference, so they're recreating them themselves. I have no concrete evidence to back that up. That is my guess. Moving forward, we see another centerpiece concept for this runway show. It is a three-piece suit with a skirt instead of a waistcoat. But wait, friends, this is not merely a styling choice. This is a new proposal for women's formal wear. The suit pant and the skirt are a single garment. Even more clever is that the waistband of the suit pant and the skirt are in different places, but one is made of a lining material, so it's very clear to the wearer how you are supposed to line it on your hips so that it has the desired effect. This is a great example of why Margiela is so brilliant. They're not just proposing a cool new idea, they are bringing a lot of technique and construction know-how into the game. If all this was just, what if garbage was clothes and what if skirts were over pants? That's not actually very cool. What's cool is being able to give a real reason for someone to make that kind of change in their wardrobe. You design things so well that you can break people's wardrobe habits. Woo! I get so jazzed about this stuff. Two more quick details before we move on. One, cool, a champagne cork is a necklace. Two, that collar splits in the back and I love it. As we move on, we see this same look repeated in a couple of small variant ways. I think by this point, Martin has realized that the shoulder he designed is one that could really make him famous. So he's trying to find ways to work that shoulder into different parts of our lives. So here we have formal wear that features the shoulder. It's also worth noting that all of these suits have exposed seams on them. Even in his proposal for office wear, he is going full Marty. So we've now established that this is an idea, this idea of the jacket with the skirt and then the pants, that this is a thing, and this is one of the foundational looks of this entire show. Folks, our dear camera wrangler is trying his level best, but the lights got the best of us on this one. I have no idea what this look is. Fortunately, the next one is really interesting. Here we have the same jacket, and then we have a floor-length dress that's in basically the same color and material as the jacket. This is thrillingly simple, but it is a really cool proposal for a formal wear variant for women. Something about the plainness of the front of that dress, with it just falling straight down, it being a smooth, flat surface, along with the rigidity of the jacket, it gives it the same cohesion that one has with a 2- or 3-piece suit. This looks like a combo that could conceivably be worn to a wedding if it was in a different color palette. They're just firing new ideas down the runway. There's like plenty more where that came from, send it down. Okay, so this next one is really interesting. So typically in women's tops, there's a tuck that's laid horizontally over the bust area so that the shirt will evenly accommodate for breasts. Here, they've put that tuck on the outside. Completely defeats the purpose of that tuck. By turning that inside out, it exposes the secret a little bit and kind of becomes sort of a sexy power move thing. Something that was very subtle and practical before gets flipped inside out and becomes something that's very obvious and sort of suggestive. A couple of looks later, this incredible vest is using the buckles from 7 different belts. It's an example of something where they Frankenstein together something from lots of different clothes, but once they have the thing finished and in front of you, it's like, oh my gosh, like, how has this not been made before? This is beautiful. All rise. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most legendary Mason Martin Margiela pieces of all time, the vest made out of broken plates. All right, you can sit down. In the countless articles that try to summarize Martin's career in a couple of paragraphs, this piece always gets shown, but it never gets talked about. I do not pretend to have any kind of answers about what this thing means or its hidden messages, but I do think it asks an interesting question. As the audience, when we're looking at this piece, we don't know if they went out and found broken plate pieces and then reconstituted them into this vest, or if they bought plates and destroyed them to create the vest. If they found broken garbage pieces to begin with, that's them kind of glorifying the trash and the found objects of the world and saying that this stuff is usable, it just depends on your perspective on the thing. This can become a priceless museum piece quality level garment. You just have to be able to see it the right way. The other is kind of similar messages around found objects, but it is necessitating destruction in order to bring about a new beautiful form. And I don't know the answer to that, but it's a cool question. Regardless, this piece won Martin the Andem Awards, which he was the first recipient of. Following up this incredible look, we get a little bit of insight into the business side of things because we get to see the sellable version of this idea. We see a leather vest that's been made out of different shapes and colors of different leather pieces. While they only made a few of the porcelain vests, this one is surely going to be mass produced for all their customers. Next, we get a visually arresting look. This part of the show is an absolute roller coaster. That is a wire mesh jacket that's styled over a white shirt with removable black sleeves. The jacket is a reproduction of an adjustable dress form. You've seen pictures of dress forms a million times. Actually, wait, let me show you. Lindsay was using one just now. These things. They're great and wonderful. We obviously still use them today. The only thing that can be kind of a pain in the ass is that they are one size. So for an atelier, especially one that was working with lots of customers, had to have dozens or scores of these things in order to accommodate different sizes and types of bodies. So the idea of an adjustable dress form would have been just an absolute dream back then. The image of the dress form as a wearable object is something that's going to become a very consistent theme in Margiela's future shows. So we'll remember that moving forward. Now we've reached the midpoint of the show, and the model emerges wearing a variant on the first couple of looks in the show, I think. It's a vest that's covered in silver sequins. This is the only time when the clothes seem to start kind of getting in jive with the nails and the boots and the disco ball and the club atmosphere. Even the chairs that everyone's sitting in are dipped in gold paint. Like, the whole atmosphere and vibe of this place is everyone's here to party, except for the clothes. With the one exception of this look here. I'm not really sure what to do with that conceptually. It's just interesting to know that this seems to be the only coked up garment among a bunch of drab ones. We got a really great cut on the double-breasted wool coat here. We also get to see the Margiela shoulder executed in a thick wool, which I will say is probably one of the easiest fabrics to do this kind of stuff with. In my opinion, if we're to see the Margiela shoulder executed the most purely, this is probably the look thus far that's giving us that vision. Mid-weight and thick wool is just really nice to work with. Here we get a little bit of craziness. Someone tries to trip the model? Like, that seemed to sort of be playful, like they kind of seem to know each other, but still, dude, no. We also get kind of a rare look at the top of the shoulder. So good. For the next few looks, we continue to see a series of big black coats. I imagine the same thought went into these as did with the other pieces, but it's kind of hard to see any of that minutia because the color black tends to hide things in textiles. Although this one has some kind of attachment on the front. That's pretty cool. This look is crazy because it gives us some insight into the early graphic work with Martin Margiela. I don't at all associate him with this idea of big stripes and color blocks, but here we are. And I realize I keep talking about the shoulder, but it must be said, it looks great in gray. Hey, have you noticed that those scarves all seem really, really ridiculously long? Well, here we find out why. It seems that they have taken two scarves and they have tied them together at the ends. I imagine they've done that with all the looks that have featured scarves, but this is just one where we can really see that front and center on the front of her neck. This to me is kind of a continuation of that same idea of the girl going out with friends but not having the money for a new outfit, and so she kind of does something quirky with the stuff that she has to stand out. Martin is so great at telling these stories through the tiniest little nuance and detail. If we skip forward past another few coat looks, we can see another awesome knitted pattern. Then we skip a few more boring coat looks. But then here we get something that's a blink and you miss it kind of thing. The shirt that she's wearing underneath that outerwear piece is a regular dress shirt that she's wearing backwards. This was something that we saw last season with the backwards skirt. That's a pretty easy adjustment to make. You can literally just turn the skirt around on the model's hips and you don't have to actually change anything about the construction of the thing. But with this is a big undertaking. To be able to put on a button-up shirt front ways and then be able to button it all up and still have free range of motion, that takes some reworking of the original pattern of the shirt. We actually see this type of shirt being worn in the documentary We Margiela. This is another example where you can't just propose a wacky idea, you have to come equipped with the technique and the construction knowledge to be able to make the thing work for real people. Next, we have a very striking jumper. The proportions call back to the shearling jackets early on in the show with the exaggerated tummy coverage of the exposed lines. They also seem to have piecemealed a few different sweaters together. Next, we get to see the Margiela shoulder done in heavy knitwear. The sleeves of the sweater also seem to be comically long. That's another thing that we'll see repeated a few different times, something that is much longer on your arms or your legs, so that when you put it on, it's able to stack up in a really interesting way. The next is a chunky sweater with some horizontal stripes. This seems to be another one that's meant to seduce buyers. The next look is fairly standard, but we do have a little hint of asymmetry. There's a horizontal dart that's here by the model's right-hand side that isn't matched on her left-hand side. Not really sure what to do with that, but it is there, and even stranger that a couple of looks later we see the same piece with matching horizontal darts. I don't know. I'm not sure. This next look pitches us the same basic idea that we were dealing with earlier in the show, the pant and the skirt combo, but it's being matched with a cable knit sweater. So the same basic idea that was being used to sell us a very formal look before has now been shown to be a very casual fall look. I'm thinking that they hired some kind of sales manager or something for this season because this is all very clearly thought out as a capsule wardrobe. From a business perspective, this collection seems to have been saying, if you buy 12 or 13 pieces from this collection, that is all you'll need to wear for all of fall and winter. They're just demonstrating a very practical range for the design. It's very, very well done. Next, we have an absolutely epic coat. This is maybe the best Franken garment that we've seen so far from the house. Many pieces of leather, and the sleeves are also clearly from different sources that themselves have been modified. We're closing it out big. We have a massively oversized shearling coat that is immediately followed up by a gargantuan piecemeal floor-length shearling coat. This is clearly mocking all of the very high-end luxurious furs that women of Paris would be wearing. It's showing that same idea with a very rag picker vibe to it. But it's really cool because when you see something that's a very common practice that's being executed very intentionally by skilled artists, it can kind of reshape your idea of what a beautiful thing is and can be, which is of course one of the foundational concepts for the house. And the models return to the catwalk for a classic flood with a little bit of a twist. Typically, a flood is something that comes at the end of a runway show. It's where all of the models wearing the same clothes that they wore before come out and they walk very close together so that everyone can kind of review the collection and see it all together, sort of. Martin hates normal things, so we're not doing that. Instead, they are all wearing the white lab coats and they all have silver glitter on their chest. Near the end of the flood, the models are joined on stage briefly by the design team sporting the same white coats. A final statement to remind the audience that the work that's being done is the work of the maison, not of a star designer, not of the career of a specific model. The art you see is a single, cohesive unit. Today we will be covering the legendary Spring-Summer 1990 season, the season that arguably launched Martin's career into a global situation. You can't really say it made him a star or really made the house successful because it didn't do either of those things. A lot of people hated this show at the time. I've said before that Margiela changed the priceless commodity of the fashion world from beauty to coolness. And I think this show demonstrates the necessity for that shift really well. All the shows of Paris Fashion Week took place in tents that were built outside of the Louvre in the first arrondissement of Paris. Martin has not shown there one time so far. And if you look at the runway shows that were happening in those tents during the late 80s and the early 90s, you can see why they didn't want to participate in that. Now, it's very important to say that the things that were going on in those tents were very good quality pieces of art. The work by Lacroix and Lagerfeld's Chanel and even Martin's mentor Jean-Paul Gaultier is incredibly important in the story of fashion. But again, when you look at the footage of this stuff, you can see why there needed to be some kind of change. Even for brands that were putting on like edgy fashion shows at the time, the end result still felt very wooden because they were clearly so fixated on this idea of ceremony that there just wasn't a lot of life in the thing. So the first Martin Margiela show took place in the 3rd arrondissement, which is a short car ride away from where the rest of Paris Fashion Week was happening, in a cafe. The second runway show took place in the 10th arrondissement in a nightclub. And now here in March of 1989, the still incredibly small team of only 3 or 4 full-time employees decide to host their show out in the 20th arrondissement in a very rundown neighborhood. So this new location that's even further out than the other two is a continuation of them democratizing fashion, which is not just them bringing fashion to everyone, it is them finding fashion in everyone. So as the story goes, Martin Margiela and his business partner Jenny Mirens were looking for a location for this 3rd runway show. They get recommended this place that's way out in this neighborhood in the 20th arrondissement, and they go out to check it out. While they're there, a group of boys come running up to him who are all like ages 8 and 11 and stuff, and say, "Hey man, this is our playground, what are you doing over here?" That crane of the neck is the boys having to look up really far because they are little boys and Martin is very tall. And then Martin, without missing a beat, responds with, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize we were in your area. My name is Martin. I need help finding a good place for a fashion runway show. Do you boys think that you could show me around your area and help me find someplace?" Which is the sweetest thing ever. So the boys take him and proudly show him around their playground and show him the best place to host his runway show, and he actually does it there. So the original idea was that they were going to rent a bus and hire some caretakers to take them out to the countryside and do all these activities with them while they put on the fashion show. That idea fell through, probably because of budgetary limitations. Invitations to this runway show were actually created by these boys and their classmates. They had to create 500 of them, so they had to kind of figure out a way to do the quantity. So they went to one of their school teachers and asked them if it could maybe be an art assignment for the kids, and the teachers loved the idea. So every single invitation ended up being unique and came accompanied with a very detailed map with instructions written on it so that everyone actually knew where to go. All of the music direction for Mason and Martin Margiela runway shows up to this point have been done by Frederick Sanchez. He's still working today and actually produces the music for the majority of the houses that you care about that do runway shows every year. His whole deal is that he really likes presenting music as if it's fragmented memories, and so he will only play like pieces of songs together, or he'll repeat a certain loop, the way that you kind of get a certain part of a song stuck in your head. The most fun example of his kind of free-form music direction is that they were really concerned about the idea of it thundering raining while they were doing this runway show, and so he pulled this specific clip from Woodstock where everybody is chanting to make the rain go away. I love that man. The models were specifically instructed to not get haircuts in the days leading up to the show. They wanted everything about this to have a very lived-in feel to it. Ward Stegerhoek, who's a hairstylist for Mason Martin Margiela for the first few shows, had this to say about the hair. Hair in the 1980s was very proper. Martin said for this show it should look like anything but a hairstyle. He never really told us what he wanted, just what he didn't want. He liked it when it looked as if the women could have put it together themselves. There was no one else in Paris fashion that was even attempting to do this truly disheveled look. One model's hair extensions didn't look dirty enough, so Martin actually asked for them back, drug them along the ground, and then gave them back to the hairstylist. We're very fully in this look. This is a quote from Inga Grognard, who was the makeup director at Margiela at the time. "I've been thinking about when you have those little accidents when doing makeup, like when you pull a sweater over your head and it smears mascara across your eyelids. We put everything on a contrasting white base. The clothes had a lot of white and plastic involved, so we mixed in some roughness with the mascara. We liked it when it wasn't totally perfect or finished." So just yet another element that corresponds with this idea of beauty in the real world. They seem to be finding those genuine, personable moments where someone looks at their girlfriend and just thinks, "Wow, I love you." But it's not the moments that are like a movie scene or like a magazine cover. It's just those moments when someone is first waking up or when they're redoing their makeup, when you get this just spontaneous upspring of affection towards them. So now we find ourselves at the actual day of the show. Martin apparently is someone who compulsively exhibits a coolness regardless of what is happening, but basically everyone else on the team is kind of freaking out. They don't have enough electrical outlets for all of the lights and all of the hair dryers and all the things that the team needs, and so they are literally knocking on strangers' doors to ask them if they could please, please, please just plug in this one extension cable in their kitchen and run it out their back doors, please. And the turnout was way bigger than they thought it would be. Things have ramped up since the first show. They filled all the seats for the first show. The second one, they were a little bit more crowded than they were expected. For this one, there were too many people. This is another thing that worked heavily in favor of Margiela's PR at the time, is that coincidentally, a lot of people heard about it. A lot of people wanted to show up. All of the neighborhood people wanted to show up, along with all those cool kids. But this was also the first show where a lot of high-profile fashion editors actually showed up. Whereas before, Martin was coasting a lot on the word of Jean-Paul Gaultier, who was talking him up to a lot of people, saying, this guy is the best assistant I've ever had, and I think he's going to end up being the best designer of his generation. Go see his work. But now for this one, they had people from the New York Times and from Vogue and from Elle. There were a lot of journalists there who were witnessing this thing that looked like it could turn into a riot because there were so many people. Imagine these people who were coming from the center of Paris where they had chauffeurs running them from place to place and they had reserved seating to this place where it was first come, first serve. It was way too crowded, and at one point an employee of Margiela raised his hand and said, everyone, listen, I need everyone to let the kids come up to the front of the runway, and then I need everyone to sit down. Many of whom had to sit on the ground. The main reason that they said this was mostly for practical reasons, but it ended up being the most aesthetically perfect part of this whole show. Margiela's team's mentality about this thing was that they were like, this is the kids' space, this is their playground, and we are here in their space. They normally would be playing. We can't afford to take them out to the country to do this other stuff, so we should at least let them watch the show. They clearly want to be here. They've been hanging out all day. We should at least let them go up to the front because otherwise all these adults are going to block their view. But what that did was it created this beautiful setting for the photographers. Every other fashion show in Paris had guardrails and security making sure that no one could get in who wasn't supposed to be there. Here, they not only had an open door policy, but they moved the children up. They moved the kids up to the front. Ugh. Okay, Bliss. And that brought so much life into these photos. Like, you're getting to see these kids who don't have any preconceived notions about this stuff. Their genuine reactions to what's going on around them, and they got to participate. This is a really great example of them practicing what they preach as far as the glorification of real life thing is concerned. This was a natural thing that was happening. These kids were there, and just one thing led to another such that the kids were at the front row of the show. And then by the end of it, they're jumping up and running up and down the runway with the models as they show each of the looks. And I love that at the end, apparently one of the model's boyfriends picks up one of the kids and puts him on top of her shoulders, and she carries him down. Very beautiful stuff. The environment that they chose also made for some really excellent details as far as the model's walk was concerned. The first two shows were fairly unconventional as far as the catwalks themselves are concerned. This one was super weird because it was just literally the dirt. There were rocks in the ground, they were stepping over roots, it was a very uneven surface. So because it's uneven and because they are still walking in heels, they couldn't do a walk. So the ground kind of forced them to walk like normal people. And this for sure worked on the amateur street cast models. Martin actually pulled all of the professional models aside and talked to them for a long time about how he wanted this walk to look. Just in case they were so good at modeling that they could still like sway their hips and roll their shoulders on the uneven ground. Again, we see Martin showing us real-life beauty. These are not immortal, unachievable symbols of beauty. These are just regular, beautiful women who might remind us of the beautiful women in our own lives. Very, very cool styling choice is that the tabby boots that were used for the last season were used this season. Used boots? Can you imagine? This is actually a point where I want to slow down a little bit and kind of pick this apart further. In the same way that Martin is using historical items in his show and kind of picking from random places in history, he's now picking and choosing different things from his own previous work. There's a quote I would like to read you from the incredible book Fashion at the Edge by Caroline Evans. She talks a little bit about the way that fashion uses historical references, and I think that's demonstrated really well in this Margiela show. Quote, The breaks, ruptures, and discontinuities of history serve to unravel the straightforward relationship of causes and effects over time. All history is written about from the perspective of the present, in the sense that the present throws up the themes to be studied historically. Since the present is always in a state of transformation, the past must constantly be re-evaluated, and the past takes on new meanings in the light of new events in the present. This is genealogy, history written in the light of current concerns. It is also closely similar to the actual process of fashion design, as it reveals complex historical relays between past and present. In such collections, fragments and traces from the past reverberate in the present. Contemporary fashion images are bearers of meaning, and as such stretch simultaneously back into the past and forward into the future. Not just documents or records, but fertile primary sources. They can generate new ideas and meanings and themselves carry discourse into the future so that they take their place in a chain of meaning or a relay of signifiers rather than being an end product of a linear history. I think that is purposeful. Caroline Evans in that specific example was not talking about Margiela specifically, and Margiela had not read Caroline Evans' book because it hadn't been written yet. But what she's articulating here very beautifully, and what Margiela is articulating through his clothes, are the same. Martin spent a lot of his career talking about the fashion system through the product of the fashion system. And I think with this point we can see that he's not just saying recycling is important, old things can be beautiful also, but he's talking about the way that we talk about clothes. One more point before we actually get into the specific looks themselves is that all the models had the number 90 on them in some way. Whether that was stitched into the clothes or painted on their skin or drawn with a Sharpie on the boots, they had the number 90 on them to kind of ring in the new decade and leave the 80s behind. I don't think Martin liked the 80s very much. All right, let's get into the actual looks themselves. There are a total of 59 looks. We won't be able to look at all of them because unfortunately we do not have full video coverage of this entire show. If anybody's got the plug on that video, please hit me up on Instagram because boy oh boy I'd love to see it. For all the models that had very simple tops on or tops that were open, they had that same silvery gel that was smeared across their chest in the last show's finale. All rise. Look 10 is a supermarket bag as a blouse. This is a legendary Margiela piece. They punched out the bottom of the bag, used the handles as shoulder straps, and thus inspired the Zoolander Dare Leak joke. You may be seated. We can also see in this look that she's doing what most of us do when we're using one piece of clothing as a different piece of clothing. She's tied a jacket around her waist using the sleeves. We don't have images, but 2 looks later they did a similar thing with a logoed drawstring backpack from the same grocery store chain. Also, this is the Margiela show where for the first time we get to see oversized garments. That will be a humongous theme going forward. But instead of just throwing massive clothes on these models and sending them down the runway in just stuff that didn't fit them, in one look they took a super oversized men's tank top and then put a sheer mesh t-shirt over top that, so it vacuum seals the tank top to their skin. And I guess the end result of this is that it's supposed to kind of look like a parody of all of the ruching and gathering and all the little details that they put into haute couture pieces. But this doesn't feel like a parody because parodies are supposed to be like silly. This is like truly gorgeous. We also see a number of looks where garments are worn as if they are another garment. Like this dress that's been folded over itself so that it now is the top of this skirt. And in this particular look, it's very interesting because the idea of using a garment to be a different kind of garment without really modifying it so much, they're then putting that on top of pairs of pants that have been reconstructed into a skirt, which has been an idea that they've carried over since the first season. So it's kind of the old version of that idea mixed with their new version of that idea in the same garment, which is really impressive. In this look, we can see a callback to the first season of Spring/Summer '89 with the use of the jabot as a bandeau bra. The sleeves have been ripped off of that shirt, and they also feature the Margiela shoulder. And in the same look, we get a really awesome view of a newer historical reference that they're using, petticoats. I realize the word coat appears in that word. It's not like a coat up here, it's petticoats, like what we would call like a really big skirt now. We can also, I think, kind of see the memory of a garment from last season. Remember the 3-piece suit for women where they put a skirt over a pair of wide-leg trousers? Here we can see kind of a visual reference to that through some color blocking in those trousers. It occupies the same space that the skirt was last season. We also have what ends up being off rip one of the coolest pieces that we've seen so far. This is like a series of striped shirts that have been franken-garmented together and seem to almost be collapsing in on themselves. We also get a really good look at these hoop skirt pockets that were apparently made of saddlebags. So here for the first time, we don't just see the reuse of an object for clothing, we see reuse of an object for clothing that's also making reference to a historical piece of clothing. Inception, starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Martin Margiela. So the sleeves were ripped off of that one look and they were discarded, right? Nope, nothing gets discarded. They were actually used on this later look where the sleeves have been ripped off of that jacket but replaced by the sleeves in that other look. We can tell that they've done one of their Margiela Franken garment magic things because she's clearly not wearing a shirt, but there are shirt sleeves emerging out of the jacket. This look is also interesting because we can see these button snaps here that are very, very visible. That was a trick that was used in couture to make it where garments would close up in a very certain way, but they were of course always very hidden in couture garments, whereas here he has not only not used them, but he's flipped them to the outside of the garment, which I'm sure in the stores made it a much more customizable piece of clothing that you could wear lots of different ways. Another major piece from this show is this sleeveless vest. It's kind of a shell-looking thing that's made out of 6 layers of advertising poster paper with the unprinted side facing out. This one's kind of interesting because Martin seems to sort of be zooming the camera out a little bit and looking at the capitalistic system as well as looking at the fashion system that he's always critiquing. Okay, go with me here. So maybe to people who can afford it, old clothes might look something like years old newspaper ads to the rest of us. Where it's like you look at something that's advertising for a show that's no longer in theaters or for some product that doesn't exist anymore and you're like, what is even the purpose of this thing? Does it even need to exist anymore? So by putting them the opposite side out, it's sort of giving this sort of ghostly image of this thing that doesn't have any purpose and now has this very new life on this beautiful model that's walking the runway at a Paris fashion show. Also, the plaster mixed with the silver gel across her chest just is a great aesthetic look. This was actually the first piece by Margiela that ever got featured on the cover of a magazine. This show also featured breastplates, which were a really nice contrast to everything else that's going on. Very brutal looking. These have a very welded at home kind of look to them. It should be noted that the use of plastic in this show was mostly supposed to be dry cleaning bags. This is just yet another callback to the emphasis on worn clothes. If something is being taken back from a dry cleaner, that means it has for sure been worn, probably a few times. Susie Menkes was one of the higher profile editors that was there at the time, and she actually had a quote that kind of helps us understand these garments a little bit better. She said, "The dresses were actually surprisingly pretty. They were very floaty, semi-sheer, chiffon, worn like a milkmaid's, but with no frills. They almost floated like a cloud on the body." So again, we see Margiela executing his ideas in a very sellable, good way. It's one thing to just have an idea for a runway show. It's another thing to be able to execute that idea in such a good way that it can make people say, I think I actually might want to buy that and wear it. Similar to last season, the models closed out the show with a flood where they changed into the white coats, same as the design team, and walked the runway again. With the show clearly coming to a close, all of the neighborhood boys ran up to the front of the catwalk where the models were entering and exiting from behind a curtain, and they all started dancing. I love these kids. And guess what? The press hated it! Everybody had really stupid feedback. Stuff like, nah, this isn't fashion. Nah, this is disrespectful. I'm getting old and things are changing and it scares me. The wine wasn't very good. This is me being them typing. This show is absolutely beautiful, and despite the negative reception from some of the press, it really launched the cult of Margiela off to an incredible international start. And I think part of it is because there's something very comforting about Margiela's work. He was commenting on a system that fixated on heavy use and constant discardment. He was picking up clothes that had no value and could see a potential in a new life in them. That he looked at these old things and he saw a beautiful use for them. And clothes inevitably get tied up a little bit in your identity. Even for people who aren't particularly into fashion, they still have their favorite t-shirt or they have their favorite pair of jeans that they cling on to and they really don't want to give up. And so for someone like me, someone who's really obsessed with clothes, I can look at the pieces that I've loved the most, that have inevitably become a part of who I feel like I am. And I've worn those things for years, and I've worn them to pieces in a lot of cases. And when it really is time to get rid of them, you can look at those things and wonder, is this what's going to happen to me? But Martin seems to be looking at these clothes and at the world in a way where he's judging it by the content of its character, rather than something superficial like its age. We're going to close this out from a quote from Raf Simons. This was actually the first runway show that he ever attended, and he attributes it to being the primary inspiration for making him want to actually be a designer himself. He says, "I was so struck by everything I was seeing that I started to cry. I felt so embarrassed. I was like, oh God, look at the ground, look at the ground. Everyone's going to see you're crying. Like, how stupid to be crying at a fashion show. Then I looked around and half the audience was crying." And me too, apparently. Today we have a bulldozer on our hands. We're exploring Fall/Winter 1990. The show took place on March 15th, 1990 at a post office in the 18th arrondissement, which continues Martin's ongoing theme of hosting these shows in public places. You'll remember that so far we've seen shows done at a cafe/theater type space, we've seen one done at a nightclub, and we've seen one done at a neighborhood playground public park. Now we find ourselves at a large, busy post office that is very far away from where the rest of Paris Fashion Week is happening at the center of Paris. As is often the case, I'm just going to read to you the first paragraph that comes in the women's collection book. This is one of the most valuable resources that I have for creating this series. It just has a ton of information, and they always open in ways that I feel are a little bit better than I could do myself. Guests were invited to the Suriname warehouses, a transportation, luggage, and parcel service located in the 18th arrondissement. The invitation was an empty envelope. A label on the back indicated the date and location of the event, and the word invitation was stamped diagonally across the envelope in large red letters. People were jam-packed on wood chairs while photographers were perched on scaffolding and sitting on the floor. A bouquet of wilted flowers was placed under a plaque commemorating the SNCF, the French National Railway Company, agents that were killed between 1939 and 1945. The runway, a simple strip of carpeting, was covered with a large plastic tarp that was removed by employees in white coats to signal the beginning of the show. Now, I think it's important that I'm honest with you guys up front. For the first two runway shows, we had a surprising amount of footage. Whoever was in charge of the camera looked like he had done some meth or something beforehand, because it got a little crazy sometimes, but for the most part, we had really clear shots of a lot of these looks of which no photography exists. You guys might remember that for the last episode of this series where we covered Spring/Summer 1990, there was a rather disappointing lack of videography. Here, we do have a lot of videography, but it's not very clear videography. So I'm going to show you what we have. We still have a ton of information about this show. We still have a lot of interesting stuff that we need to cover, but just be aware that there just isn't a whole lot of video of this that's publicly available right now. Okay, so let's start the way that they start, which is footage of backstage. In the past, we've only gotten runway footage and maybe a quick clip or two behind the scenes. Here, they literally bring you backstage. Remember that in the past they've hinted at backstage, but we haven't physically gone there yet with the camera. It's pretty typical stuff if you've seen a lot of backstage at runway footage. There's not a lot of surprises here, but what I think is so crazy here is that they're continuing this awesome idea that they've started since the very beginning of bringing the audience into the process of the art. Fashion is notorious back then and now especially for having a massive black curtain that says keep out of anything that has to do with their processes or how things get made or just anything that doesn't have to do with the final product. Because fashion is an industry that focuses on outward beauty. It's understandable why they would take this stance, but that makes it all the more revolutionary that Martin has continued this theme. You remember that in the first show, when the audience was filing into the auditorium to watch the show, there were microphones hung from backstage that projected out all of the noises and the scuffling and all of the hurried last-minute things that were happening backstage. They couldn't see it, but they could hear everything that was going on. And then, of course, in just the 3 runway shows that they've put on so far, there have been countless examples in the clothes themselves where the process has been brought out in the final product. For Margiela, it's pretty safe to say that in many ways the process is the art. I'm actually not sure why they had this emphasis on the railway workers that passed away during this time frame. That is the time frame that was largely Nazi occupation of France, and so that might have something to do with it. The camera then takes us out into the crowd that is waiting for the runway show to start. They spend multiple minutes here just looking at people in the crowd, maybe giving us a little bit of a sense of who the people were that were coming to the shows now. It was probably a pretty different scene of people than when they first started out. During the first show, many people were in attendance because the legendary Jean-Paul Gaultier had told everyone, this was my best assistant. I don't think he needed my training, but man, he is gonna make some incredible stuff. Go see his work. So many people were there at that first show and that second show, but I think it was less buyers and less press and maybe a little bit more students and just artsy people from around Paris, or maybe other people who were peripherally related to the fashion scene. And the runway show before this one wasn't necessarily a hit in the press. Many people didn't like it, but it certainly got covered by a lot of magazines. So we see people selling the issue of Details magazine that Margiela made the cover of. We see this very 80s Chanel lady. We see people drawing, and we see people reading, and we see this guy with this jacket that says destroy on it. All in all, we're getting a very street style-esque of who's showing up to small, cool runway shows during Paris Fashion Week in 1990. As they already mentioned in the book, this runway has been laid out before them. It's a very simple runway, white runway, just a piece of carpeting textile, and it's been covered with plastic that employees then remove when the show actually gets started. We saw something kind of similar to this in the very first show where it was just a plain piece of white cotton, but we remember that that then got reused for the second show and got torn up. The runway itself literally got torn up into pattern pieces to make their first artisanal pieces. Sitting across from all of the guests are street performers playing maracas and tom-toms. It's interesting here that they didn't put them in white coats. You remember that for the second show it was mostly performed by a live band. They put that band in the white coats. I wonder if maybe the difference here is that that was an established band that was kind of part of the art scene, whereas here they were trying to do more of a slice of life situation, and it would seem kind of strange to take actual street performers, which we might presume these guys are, and then tell them what to wear. It seems like the things that they're wearing when they're doing their street performances, that's kind of part of what makes the art what it is. But either way, this is a situation where a group of people are part of the artwork that is a Margiela runway show, but they are not given the white coats. And with that, the staff steps forward and removes the plastic covering from the white carpeted runway. The street performers start blaring out music. It's incredibly loud in this building now. And the first model emerges. Much to the surprise of me the first time I saw this show, and I'm sure to the people who were sitting there trying to take notes on what they were actually going to buy for their stores, the models come flooding out. This looks like what is literally the final flood of the end of a runway show, where all the models come out like quickly one after another. That's typically done so that you can get some kind of summary of what you've just seen, but here it's just happening right from the very start. We get these clumps of models that are all emerging out kind of so quickly that you can't see what's going on. At one point, the camera looks over at the photographers and they're clearly a little bit panicked because no one can get a clear look at what's actually happening. This, mixed with the live music being so loud, must have created a very chaotic, overwhelming environment. But what's really interesting is that all of the models are smiling. They all seem kind of like they're in this sort of playful moment together. This surely was very unlike anything that a lot of these people had seen before in a runway show. And I think there's a bit of a sales strategy at work here as well. We're moving incredibly fast, even for a runway show. Usually, even if models are walking quickly, they're spaced out in some capacity so that you can sort of see every look as its own thing. The music is incredibly loud. Everyone is packed in really tightly. I think that this is serving two purposes. Firstly, I think this makes the show memorable. A lot of these people are seeing a ton of shows over the course of 10 days. This makes it where they'll at least remember that fucking crazy blitz at the post office way out in the 18th arrondissement. Secondly, and I think more importantly, this might have been something that made it where buyers needed to come to the showroom in order to get a closer look at everything. So if each look and every model is very clearly visible and well lit, then maybe some buyers, some more closed-minded buyers might think, that's not what I need in my store this season. However, if it is high impact but hard to see, it provokes extra interest and might get them another dozen appointments that they might not have had otherwise. We also notice at a few points that there is confetti in the model's hair. This confetti was actually reused at this show from the last show, which is so cool because the history of confetti itself was born out of a mentality of reuse. Which is pretty easy to envision. Confetti is pretty literally just brightly colored, lightweight pieces of trash. At one point, one of the model's boyfriends walks down the runway with her. It's really hard to tell if this was pre-planned or if this was something that is spontaneous. I've watched this clip a whole lot and I really can't put my finger on whether this was pre-planned or if this is just something where he was just sort of drunk and jumped up last minute. But either way, that adds a ton to this jubilant, joyous kind of feel to this runway show. Being that they are in a post office, some of the models had actual postage stamp markings applied on their faces. That blue ink gave it a very distinctive look. At one point in the video, we actually see someone walking out, really demonstrating their principles by showing them that they do not approve. This might as well become a trademark of the house at this point because someone has walked out of every show they've put on. I wonder what that guy thinks about that now. Just walking out in protest of one of the most legendary maisons of the 20th century. As if the show itself wasn't enough of a flood, there was in fact a final flood, just like every other show, where we see the employees emerging with the models, where everyone is dressed in the same white coats that have come to represent anonymity in the house. You'll remember from previous episodes where these coats almost seem to be saying this isn't about the individual people who are in this show or making this show happen. The show is itself a single artwork. And that art can speak for itself. It doesn't need personalities, it doesn't need celebrities, it can speak for itself. We'll also remember from before that these coats are a very common item at ateliers for fit models. We do see something a little bit different this season. At least one model we can see here has her test shot pinned to her coat. It's another demonstration of Margiela welcoming the viewer into the process behind the art, but also possibly it could hint that maybe these coats were not just one size fits all as they would be at a normal atelier. Perhaps here they're meant to find the one with their photo on it because they've been tailor-made for each model. That would be an extremely personable, luxurious detail on what is typically just an afterthought item of clothing. This is also another runway show where Martin comes out at the end. This photograph is one of the most widely distributed of our boy. And this legendary t-shirt is one that actually will appear in the show itself. We'll look at that here in a bit. The t-shirt features Iggy Pop, whose music was used in the first runway show that Margiela ever put on. During the time when he spoke to the press, Margiela told a journalist from Mary Claire, "There are two principles to which I adhere. Hide nothing and don't act rich." Those are ideas that are pretty in line with our mentality here in 2019. They were not in alignment with the world of 1990 in Paris. All right, well, in the spirit of hide nothing, I'm gonna tell you that it is getting too dark outside and your boy uses windows for his lighting, and we've had to flip the house lights on. The beautiful yellow house lights. Also, this LaCroix is just for show. You're learning all the secrets. Okay, so now that we've looked at a lot of footage of the runway show itself and we've kind of talked about the art piece as a whole, let's zoom in as much as we can and talk about those individual pieces where those sweet, sweet details lie. First of all, the tags that are being applied to these clothes are still in their early stages. They're still very much treating the design of these tags as if it's something that people will just cut off as soon as they buy the thing. Thankfully, everyone didn't do that, so we still have some documentation of it. Many of the models wore these massive thigh-high boots that accentuated the way that they were walking down the runway. All of the boots were khaki rubber wading boots that were made by a brand called Aigle. A-I-G-L-E. You tell me if I pronounced it right. But what they did is they painted those boots black, brown, and white the night before. But as anyone who has tried to paint on clothes or boots before has seen, if you don't use the right kind of paint, it's going to slough off. And slough off it did. We had some very beautiful looking distressing going on with some of these boots. There's just multiple examples where we get to see this glorification of modified workwear that we've seen in the past with Margiela, and this painting over detail that we've seen before and that we'll see for the rest of Martin's career. But we can see this idea early enough that we can see it not being executed perfectly. It's beautiful for what it is, but it's not very sellable like that. We see a new detail being introduced in this season, and that is permanent fold marks. It's not really possible to see this detail in the video itself. Also, interesting fact that we know because of the notes about this show, the garment that had the permanent crease marks was worn over turtlenecks that were bought at a discount department store called Tati. That was a place that everybody in Paris would have known about. It's a very cheap place for people to go get clothes. Those turtlenecks were modified, they were slashed up and reconfigured in a certain way. But the point is that up until now, we've mostly been using vintage clothing that's been modified. Here, they're showing and glorifying stuff that is just cheap clothing. It's brand new clothing, but it's very, very discounted. It's the kind of clothing that the working class would buy. So they've made this point before of glorifying used and cheap clothing, but here they're doing a slightly different take on that idea by getting stuff from a discount department store. This show introduces another huge theme going forward for Margiela, and that is dresses made out of lining material for dresses. So if you've never had the pleasure of wearing a dress before, typically there is a lining material that's usually made of something like viscose that is put between your skin and the actual material that's on the outside of the dress. This is done for a number of different reasons. But typically lining material is very cheap, very basic, and just is totally focused on comfort. The idea of ripping out the inside of a dress and just wearing the lining is something that I'm guessing nobody was doing. It's like a vision of poverty that's sort of so extreme that I don't think it was happening with anybody except like crazy people. We also see Margiela trying out this kind of punk grunge mohair sweater that's been pulled apart in a number of different places and has a really exaggerated neck. They didn't have a relationship with a sweater manufacturer, and so Margiela's mother actually made all of those sweaters. We also see a little detail from the first season because the actual sleeves that were used in the first season, the removable men's dress shirt sleeves, can be seen underneath this specific look. Just another example of them taking pieces and the building blocks from their own shows to kind of create this whole universe around the way that they do clothes. There's also this incredible piece. This has got to be my favorite piece of clothing that they've made so far. It's these skirts that were done in a couple of different colors that have these rings with metal clips like the kind that you would have in a fitting room curtain to hold it up. Those are strung across a cotton ribbon and it looks perfect. Like, this is the most beautiful item. It's based off of a fitting room. This is another thing where it's a very provocative concept, one that on paper would look like kind of something that is impossible to do in a way that wouldn't seem kitschy, but then when they actually execute the thing and it's designed really well, you look at it and you say, wow, I want that. And let me tell you, I do want that. There's another few looks where tights have the feet cut off of them and then get stretched over boots or stretched over pants or shorts. And the result is that they are clinging all of those things very, very closely. It just creates a lot of visual interest. It makes the viewer ask, what's happening here? The boas that are seen in the show use feathers from the marabou stork. And that is a bald bird that looks like it is from the movie The Dark Crystal. Anyway, these specific birds I think were a very purposeful choice because they have built-in pockets for their mouths. Kind of a pants pocket idea as seen through the eyes of nature kind of deal. The boas themselves are very luxurious looking, but as always, it's this kind of drab take on luxury that the house is becoming known for. One of the big ticket items from this show were these long felt dresses that were covered in these small vertical slits. Because it's felt, it hugged over curves really effectively, but the slits made it where it sort of emphasized all of the parts of you that did curve. It was a dress that sort of, in its construction, amplified the shape of your body. At one point we see what appears to be the general idea of a cage crinoline under a skirt. This seems to be an attempt to modernize a very historic piece of body scaffolding. I mean, if you look at something like this, it doesn't really strike you as something that has a lot of relevance in contemporary fashion, and definitely not with a brand that has such a fixation on real people. But this kind of juxtaposition is something that Margiela does extremely well. Hey everybody, last minute edition here. I noticed this while editing at 1 o'clock in the morning. I think that effect is being brought about by the boots underneath the skirt. I still think that the intention is that it's supposed to look like a cage crinoline, but the effect is being given by the size of those massive ass boots. In addition to those gorgeous boots, we also see an extension of the oversized idea here. This appears to be a normal fitting tank top for the top, but the bottom back has been substantially stretched out. Here in an editorial shot that was of course photographed later, we see the model wearing an outfit that brings out the Margiela shoulder through layering this suede vest on top of this sheer black blouse. The black blouse is the one with the Margiela shoulder, but it's probably too light of a material to really let that shoulder flourish fully if it was just being worn alone. But because of the weight of the vest on top of it, it really allows that shoulder to pop. We've obviously seen many takes on the Margiela shoulder. We haven't seen one that produces that shape as a result of layering yet. That's a really interesting detail here. This seems to be a modified motorcycle style jacket that's been turned into a vest. The high collar with the slope down shoulder is a really different silhouette than anything we've seen from Martin yet. We can also see that the cork necklaces have been brought back. It was something that was used in the second runway presentation along with those skirt pantsuits. Beautiful transformation on this knitwear. It looks like she wore a regular sweater and then took an identical sweater and tucked it over her head. Wow, it has gotten dark in here. So that's kind of like if you took a t-shirt and did this with it. As is always the case, the item has been tailored to death to ensure that the look is very convincing, but that the fit is still very comfortable. Also, we see the Margiela shoulder executed as if it's just scrunched up knitwear, although it is clearly due to purposeful pattern cutting. Also, I think this one here is a result of what the notes refer to as flat sweaters. So these wide-ribbed wool tubes had zippers down the front, and the sleeves are separate but have been sewn on, so they are clearly detached. And okay, I've just got to say, the artisanal knitwear designer, the guy at the time was Lutz Huhl. He is fucking crushing it in this show. These are incredible sweaters. We have another detached sleeve, some structure built into that shoulder, and a lot of grunge detailing that features silver lurex thread, which is just a brand name for a type of thread with a metallic appearance. Here we see another application of the purposeful oversizing. This very slimly cut zip-up dress is reversed, something that we've seen done to skirts and to shirts in previous shows, and it fits tightly over a t-shirt that's drastically too big. We see the bunching up at the collar there, and that kind of imitates those little details of a typical couture gown, but as it was done with the Spring-Summer 1990 show, this putting a tight garment over a drastically oversized garment creates all of these little details and allows them to emerge in a way that's much more organic. Here we can see that the model is wearing that same t-shirt that we'll later see Martin in, but she's also wearing a really fascinating coat. We can see that the cuffs on those sleeves are way, way, way too long. So long, in fact, that they've actually had to be rolled up. Same kind of situation with the collar, where it's been modified and extended a good bit. This creates a really beautiful silhouette on a jacket that's typically meant to just be completely utilitarian. And later on in this picture, we can actually see that those sleeves are separates. Yet another example of removable sleeves that we've seen done since the very first runway show. And just to bring it back to this look one more time, look at that shoulder. This might be the most extreme version of the Margiela shoulder that we've seen so far. We're almost getting into Tim Burton or Rick Owens territory here. Them's are some Wicked Witch of the Woods kind of shoulders. All of these shows have been in public spaces so far. During the third show, we actually went out about as far as we could go within the confines of the city of Paris. So we're not continuing to go farther out, but this is still very, very far out from the center of Paris where the rest of Fashion Week is taking place. This time we find ourselves in an abandoned parking garage. The invitations this time were hand-typed on Martin Margiela's personal typewriter. Each one was signed by 10 different members of staff, which included Margiela. This is actually something that we're going to be seeing a lot in the future, is this idea of having a lot of people signing for something or being credited, and Martin's name just being one of them, not more prominent than any of the others. While they were waiting, everyone was served red wine out of white plastic tumblers. I do not drink anymore, and I wasn't a particularly classy drinker when I did, but that seems like a distinctly trashy way of serving wine. For this particular runway show, the way that the video actually gets shot is of a good bit of importance. So we're just probably going to take this from the beginning of the video and just talk about what they're doing throughout the course of the video in this video. So let's do that now. So we open with this kind of rewinding video montage thing. It reminds me a lot of home movies or security footage. Also, it is tinted blue, and I don't know if it's relevant or not, but blue movies is slang for pornography, so we get some very European art cinema vibes at first, and then some opening shots to establish fully that we are in an abandoned parking garage. And this was a really interesting place for them to have this in. There's no seating at all. Everyone just kind of shows up, is escorted to the second story of the parking garage, and they're just kind of standing around. This seems like a very obvious move, like, oh, everything at Fashion Week is so formal. Let's make it where it's like super informal and people sort of don't know what's going on. The problem with that is that every single person who is attending Fashion Week has a fucking crazy schedule. The idea of putting them in a situation where they don't know exactly what's going on is very risky, because a lot of them might just leave. And I think in a way that kind of shows how dominant Margiela had become in Paris Fashion Week, is that it was such a cool thing to go to. It was such an important event that everyone kind of stuck around regardless of what was going on, because there was the risk that you were going to miss something really, really important. Next, we see everyone prepping backstage. This has become a tradition for Margiela at this point. Peeking backstage is no longer peeking at this point. We're in the 5th show where they're giving us some kind of access to backstage. It is now officially just part of the art. As you can see, this footage is moving really fast, and go ahead and get used to that, because it's gonna be this fast basically the entire show. So we're not really gonna be able to be picking apart all of the different looks that we're seeing. We're mostly gonna be talking about impressions that they're giving us, because that's kind of all they're going to give us. And here it's mostly just this very like early grunge feel, this very street smart 90s kind of feel to everything. We're supposed to be in awe that a serious luxury house is going to let us in so intimately into their backstage and into their process. So altogether we have a lot of footage of backstage. There's 7.5 minutes of this backstage prep behind the scenes kind of stuff. So all things considered, it's a lot. When we begin with the actual show itself, we begin by following behind the model Paula Girardi. She's been a Margiela girl from the very beginning. She's gorgeous, but she kind of epitomizes that normal woman look that Margiela pushes for so hard. And what's really weird is that she seems to just be walking. She just kind of turns when she turns. The leader of this 5th runway show, the model that we know to be the Margiela woman, is taking her own path. She was heavily sprayed with patchouli, so her presence wasn't just known because the spotlight was on her and she was beginning the runway show. She was known. If you've never smelled patchouli before, it is distinctive. So there's lots of iterations of this idea of bringing the runway closer to the audience. Of course, there's the very 1980s runway that's this elevated platform where everyone is looking up at the models. That feels very separate from the audience. And then there's some designers that bring the runway down and literally do it on the floor in order to bring things closer and have it feel more like you're in the world of the audience. And you have shows like the early Vetements stuff or the mainline Comme des Garçons, where the audience is pushed side to side so close to the models and the outfits that they're kind of brushing up against them as they walk past. Very uncomfortable, very intimate. Here, the runway is so close that it's hidden. And the models are not brushing up against people. She's literally elbowing them out of her way. Let's spend some time with this. So first, I think that it's worth examining that they're doing this with the camera.
We've switched from a lot of quick jumps and behind the scene artsy documentary type stuff to what is called a long shot. All the previous cuts have been 5 seconds or less. Here we are following Paula for an uninterrupted 75 seconds. Shots like this get used for a very specific purpose. A friend of mine actually sent me a really nice summary of what these are used for. Quote, "Follow shots are typically used in film to establish audience alignment with the perspective of the character being followed and to follow them. The audience is made aware of the character's presence and is able to observe them in action while also being forced to identify with the character. It is considered neither first-person perspective nor third-person perspective." So we get to kind of join in on the thrill of being this powerful woman who starts the show by splitting the crowd and makes room for a catwalk. This is badass stuff, friends. Also, let's look at what she's wearing. Paula is rocking a long denim jacket that's made up of cut up, flattened, and reassembled jeans and jackets. We can read that there was only one closure on them, so the panels of the coat would swing open while she walked, which revealed the permanently creased apron skirts, which we saw introduced in the last show, but there and here we don't have any good imagery of them. Most of them are black or dark navy, and they're like creased, and we just don't have any good photography of them, but they're there. Additionally, you can see that we don't have any current imagery of the original piece that Paula is wearing, because the one in the actual show is a Franken garment with the shoulders that are attached on that are clearly from another garment, while the ones that I'm showing you here in these collections are either sleeveless or long-sleeved. But they do demonstrate the structure of the piece very nicely. After the long shot with Paula Gerardi, we get very fleeting views of the rest of the garments. We get literally less than half of a second's view of most of these outfits after that, which is kind of a bummer, but I think, again, the point of this video is not so much to show the garments in their specificity, it's to give you general vibes. And here we do get the general vibe that this is kind of a faded glamour vision of the Margiela outfit. So we'll just keep going in order, and when we see something clear enough to analyze it, we'll analyze it. Here we see a woman in a long dress. I believe that we're looking at a blue dress with a sheer dress laid over top of it. Again, we don't have a lot of footage of this, so we're just kind of going to keep this on a loop so we can get a good view at it. It's similar to what they did for the Spring/Summer 1990 show with the oversized tanks with the sheer layer on top of them, so they got bunched up in a really interesting way. We're now doing a sheer long dress or a sheer long sleeve tee in some cases for other looks over a foundational dress. And my guess is that that foundational dress is probably the lining of a regular dress, which is another theme that we saw introduced the last season in Fall/Winter 1990. We can see a well-preserved cream-colored example of a sheer overdress here. This is part of the Met's collection. It's a really beautifully preserved piece from this collection. And it's just another really good example of the kind of layering tricks that are done with Margiela that sort of end up becoming the whole house's signature. These elements of styling and good construction that are able to come together to create a really distinctive look. Just a bit after that, we see a tuxedo jacket on our right. A big part of this show is using evening wear, both men's and women's, and converting that to things that can be used during the day. And this is another move that seems very in line with this vision that they've been building of the young, beautiful, broke girl living in Paris and doing fun things with her friends. Hey, we're going to fly kites at the park. Do you want to come? Sure, I'll just grab my tuxedo jacket. I relate to this extremely hard because that vibe was strong when I was in college in Nashville. All rise. This might be the best piece from this entire collection. It's apparently ball gowns from the 1950s that have been split open in the front and had belts added to the inside that they can wrap around your stomach or bust. Then they let the rest of the thing just drag on the floor. Here we see another example of models walking with their SOs. Apparently the model's baby was acting really fussy backstage, so her boyfriend volunteered to carry the kid out alongside her. The design team was cool with this as long as he also wore a white coat. So he did. This, along with the drunk boyfriend from the last show that walked out with his model girlfriend, we're kind of seeing this family values thing get established as part of Margiela's runway shows. And I am 600% here for it. It is completely adorable. And for just a brief moment here, we see two women walking in white dress linings hand in hand. One of them is Christina de Koning, and she's another one that's been a Margiela girl since the very beginning. especially with the organ music that's playing at this part of the video mixed with the flower petals and their hair and them holding hands. This to me looks a lot like two women getting married. So the theme of the family affair continues. Right after the young brides, we see one of the few pieces that we have very good preserved photography of. It's pinstriped and contrasting overlock stitches on a otherwise fairly simple top. This continues the Margiela motif of garments that look like pattern pieces. Besides the really obvious Margiela motifs of showing you all of the structural stuff on the outside of the garment, I think this is a little bit more interesting. If you remember, this is something that we saw in the very first runway show. The concept is so rich, there's a lot of directions that we could go with on this. But I sort of see this as a top that looks like pattern pieces, is a top that's saying, I, me, the garment, don't determine what is right for your body. I'm the pattern pieces. It's my job to conform to your body and change myself to fit with you. There's always this idea of like, oh, trying to fit into the tiny little dress or the tiny cute top. But because Margiela was so into the idea of using a variety of ages and sizes and lifestyles of women in his shows, I think this is a piece that really backs up that concept, showing that it's like the piece is not quite done yet, you're the model. Whoever is wearing it, you're the model, and you are the one that the pattern pieces should conform to in order to create the final piece that is your presence. Another item that we don't have a lot of video footage of, but we do have some awesome photography of, is these accessories that every model wore. These are sundial rings that are on black ribbon. Plain black ribbon has been used as an accessory for a number of shows leading up to this one, and this sundial ring might be the coolest non-tabby accessory that they have done thus far. This sundial, also known as a farmer's ring or solar ring, was created in the 15th century based on the work of Johannes Müller von Königsberg. The portable dial, made of 3 rings, 2 stationary and 1 sliding, measured the height of the sun thanks to a small hole in the sliding ring. A beam of light shone through the small hole onto a marking on one of the stationary rings that was set to the calendar date. The sundial, which was accurate within 15 to 20 minutes, could calculate the solar time throughout most of Europe. The ring created for Margiela's show was a faithful replica of a sundial invented around 1720 by monks who lived in a Prussian forest. These are absolutely fascinating objects, and it's very, very cool that they just saw something cool that was historic and said, hey, let's make those. And speaking of tabbies, we definitely had the silver ones that we've been using at just about every show thus far. The variant for this show is these weird sandal tabby mules. So again, the goal of this Margiela video doesn't seem to be to clearly show the clothes that are going to sale. But from the little flashes here and there, we can see that Margiela is here moving more towards a very wearable collection of clothes. If we think back to the second show with the first artisanal pieces, or the first show where a lot of the models just didn't have shirts on, this is a pretty sharp contrast in that most of these things, even the pretty weird ones, seem like something that could just be bought and put on and worn out. Which I'm sure is the result of him hiring more people that are meant to represent the brand for sales, and people that are wait, hold on. Was that Martin? That was Martin! What's up, Martin? Look at him, he's got his little posse of models wrapped around him to make sure he stays hidden. I love Martin so much. As the video comes into its final couple of minutes, we for the first time get to see what it's like to wind down after a show is completed. Everyone is very joyous and full of bubbly excitement. It's a very cool thing to see, this vision that we sort of got a little glimpse of at the end of the first runway show's video, where you got to see everyone clapping and freaking out that they had actually pulled off this thing. Here we get to see an established company at this point being able to celebrate another victory and then hurry home for some well-deserved sleep, so they can start preparing for another show in a few short months. Then we close out the video the same way that we started it visually, with a fuzzy blue screen that seems to be rewinding in some way, and you can hear the names of a bunch of people listed off, and you'll of course recognize one of them.
Fall/Winter 1991 is the first time of many that Martin Margiela decided to do something kind of unusual for his presentation. It would be kind of difficult for you to consider this to be a runway show in the traditional sense. There was a couple of different reasons for that. There was the looming Gulf War that was coming in, so politically everything was a little bit tense at the time, but also they continued to have really serious financial limitations. That will continue to be the reality as long as Martin Margiela is there. As always, the Women's Collections book gives us a good summary of what they did for the invitation. Quote, Margiela abandoned the idea of a traditional fashion show, choosing instead to present the collection in his studio. A handwritten phone number on a piece of square notepaper was sent to guests. Telephone 142213610. A recorded message in several languages informed the caller of the time and place where the Fall/Winter collection would be shown. The message was confusing, and several members of the international press arrived at closing time only to find the doors locked. Elusive as always. This very unusual location that they've selected for the presentation continues two different narratives that we've been following so far. One, we are in the second arrondissement, which means we're the closest to Paris Fashion Week that we've ever been thus far. This is just a 7-minute drive from the Louvre. This is extremely close. And two, this is continuing Margiela's theme of bringing the audience into the art with him. We've seen a lot of different variations on showing you process and showing you how the art came about. And here they're actually inviting them into the studio itself so that everyone can see how the sausage gets made. And actually, I have a really interesting note for us this week. This doesn't necessarily apply to this show specifically, but actually to Spring/Summer 1990, the third show that Martin put on. They actually were on the official Paris Fashion Week calendar at that point. They kind of muscled their way in, but for the first two shows, they were not sanctioned. As we all know, Fashion Week is such a buzzword that there's a lot of people who try to kind of horn in on that space without actually being a part of it. If you're involved in fashion professionally, you know that there is no shortage of people trying to swindle you out of your money so that you can be a part of Fashion Week, when in fact they have nothing to do with actual Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week or whatever it is. I think this mostly comes because you can't copyright the term Fashion Week. If some random person goes and holds up Levi's jackets in the street in Paris and goes, I am part of Fashion Week, this is my fashion show, that does not mean that he's part of Fashion Week. You are a part of Fashion Week when you are officially on the schedule. And that means that editors and buyers and everybody else will be coming to your show. So that started in Spring/Summer 1990 for Martin Margiela, and he continued to not participate in Fashion Week in the official capacity of showing at the Louvre. He continues to just do these shows all over the city. I received that information recently, so that's why we're bringing it up now, but it's a good thing to keep in mind going forward. So the buyers and the editors are coming to this studio at the bequest of this weird message that they received, and they are walking through the 3 rooms in this studio. On the walls of one of the rooms, there is a projector that's displaying video, and that's the actual video footage that we're going to be looking at today, is the video footage that was being shown on the wall during this presentation. Pretty huge deal with this kind of open house studio visit kind of collection presentation thing. This was the first time where Martin Margiela actually whited out a whole space. This has become a huge signature of the Maison Martin Margiela brand. Members of the design team and Martin himself have confirmed that the 2 reasons that they did this is because it's cheap and because it's incredibly visually effective. If you white out an entire space, you make everything in the room white, then as the day continues, the hours draw on, there's these marks on the floor from where people have walked. If people touch the walls in a certain place enough times, that part of the wall becomes a little bit darker from the oils in the hands. In the second room of the studio, the walls were covered in these thank you notes from stylists and photographers and hairdressers and all these models and everybody, and there were more felt pins that were hanging from the ceiling where everyone was encouraged to write their own little memento of their visit. There was also apparently a red room where models with red hair were wearing these bright red clothes. We don't have any photography of this. It's apparently just lost to the sands of time. If anyone happens to know of any photography of this one room, of this presentation, please hit me up, because apparently it does exist. We have like actual records of this stuff happening, but it's only in writing. If you could, please, thank you. The third room of the studio was where the projector was actually showing the film that we're looking at today. And then the fourth room, it was the confetti room where models were just like tossing confetti and saying goodbye. And also there were just models walking around in the clothes themselves, and when buyers or editors would walk up to them, the girls would give an explanation as to what they were wearing and kind of show off the details and stuff. This is a really personable way of doing this. It feels very intimate, I feel like, and especially because a lot of these women that are involved with Margiela at this point have been there since the very beginning. They themselves have a very vested interest in the success of this thing, so I'm sure they were selling it really effectively. So the footage that we're looking at today that was projected up on the wall in the studio for editors and for buyers to look at, it's a Super 8 film that was shot by Martin himself. It's pretty self-explanatory. It just follows one of the official Margiela girls, Christina de Koning. She's just wearing Margiela's clothes and walking around Paris. This first look that they show is absolutely gorgeous. This top thing that sort of looks like a breastplate is a reference to a 15th or 16th century partlet. I have yet to really uncover any rhyme or reason to these historic references. It often feels with Martin like someone just ran into a museum and grabbed something they thought was cool and ran out and immediately made a replica of it. I'm not really noticing a pattern of what kinds of things he's taking or of what era he's even taking from it. It really just seems to be like spinning the Rolodex of history and grabbing something that seems cool. But in this look we see a very high neck. The whole thing is very modest, and it's in super sharp contrast to the very playful and revealing clothing that were coming out at the time. In his own words documentary, Martin goes into a lot of detail about zigging when everyone else was zagging. It was a very playful and kind of skimpy time in fashion. There were a lot of short skirts and a lot of just generally revealing clothing, which I don't think he had any problem with, but he knew that to set himself apart, he could make something that was not anything like that, but was still very playful. And since the dawn of the brand, they've experimented with ways of doing really complex layering while keeping a very trim silhouette. Obviously, when you're trying to layer up multiple t-shirts or sweatshirts that are fairly form-fitting, it becomes like kind of a crumpled up mess on your body really quickly. But by piecing apart garments, they were able to achieve this desired effect in a comfortable and functional way. So we can see that underneath everything else on the top, there's this white button-up dress shirt, and you can see that the sleeves are way, way too long, and so they've actually folded the cuffs up onto the shirt that's layered on top of it. Then over top of the white shirt, there's this black, sheer, long piece with the Margiela shoulder that is kind of indicative of a lot of the direction that they've been going in since the very beginning. Then over top of that, there's this partlet piece that just covers the bust, goes about halfway down the rib cage, and then in the back, you actually have these ties that you can tie over the stomach. That's all part of that partlet piece. It also really helps to press down the area right here so that the Margiela shoulder can really pop off of the shoulder. The partlet also seems to be part of this ongoing theme of doing urban, worker class, kind of apron almost looking things. There's just not a lot of very fashionable clothes that have these ties that go in places like over your stomach other than in a kitchen. And we're not done there. There's actually a disconnected turtleneck piece that is a separate piece from the rest of the outfit. Obviously with this silhouette, there would be no way to fit a turtleneck under that white shirt, so they have to improvise and just add the detail to the top. And let's dive into this skirt just a little bit here. This brown skirt. In the women's collection book, the way this is described is it's a ribbed wool skirt with exposed seams and extra long running stitches. The skirt was intentionally called the skirt with floating threads so that the customers did not cut them. So the exposed seams you can see here on the sides, these darker threads out there, end to end, those are the exposed seams. Then I believe that the running stitches is this stitch that's down here near the bottom that goes most of the way up the skirt. We sort of get a better view of this skirt in this image right here where the model is seated. Running stitches are not a very secure way of binding two pieces of fabric together, so it's probably good that they gave them a fair warning to not cut them. Early on in the video, we see them actually painting these jean cutoffs in the studio. So this is a normal pair of denim that they cut above the pockets, and then painted white in the studio. This is meant to be used as a belt. We've of course had a lot of different examples of things being painted white for these shows. We see them actually making the clog that's a winter variant on the tabby clog sandal from last season. We see Martin's actual hands tying up a jabot. This is something that we've seen from the very beginning. This was in the first look that they ever put onto a runway. Later on in the video, we see someone actually cutting up socks so that they can make the, all rise, the sock sweater. This is arguably one of the coolest looks in Margiela history. I realize that I say that every single episode of this series, but I really, really love the sock sweater. The only real disadvantage I can think of is that because of the size of socks, this sweater is incredibly tiny. All right, so confession, oh, you can be seated. The sock sweater was actually something that Martin introduced last season in spring, summer 1991, but because the videography for that episode was so limited, we really didn't get any kind of real footage of it, so I had no idea that it was coming out. So we're gonna talk about it now. Sock sweaters are something that the man himself makes using these socks, and even goes on years later to show everyone how they can make that sweater themselves at home. This is from the first issue, the Margiela issue, of a magazine whose, okay, the name of the magazine is called A Magazine Curated By, and then it's whoever's being featured in that issue. Sometimes this is shortened to be just A Magazine. The curved part of the sock, the heel part of the sock, is strategically placed in areas like the elbows or the shoulders, just places on the body where there's a little bit more curvature. It's the same mentality that Margiela himself always carries, which is just a mentality of reuse. Also worth noting is that these are good old-fashioned Army-Navy surplus store socks. They were dyed in a washing machine, and the different materials of the different socks took to that dye differently, so they actually turned out with these beautifully different contrasting shades. I love the sock sweater so much. Also in this look, she is wearing a skirt that has pretty clearly been made of men's pinstripe trouser material, with buttons running the entire way down the skirt. Such a cool look. Here we can see a nylon top that was later featured in Elle magazine. We can see that they kept Martin's little styling detail that was first shown in the fall-winter 1989 show of tucking the hair into the tops. This is particularly beautiful here because we can actually see the hair through the nylon. And speaking of that show, the way that the denim belt is being worn here over a skirt is another play on multiple bottom garments being combined. That's another thing that we saw from fall-winter 1989 with the pantsuits that were also skirt suits. And of course, Martin and his team are adjusting these things, and they are making them actually work for the purpose that they're using them for. It doesn't feel like you're just sort of like slapping things on where they don't belong. They are making it so that it feels natural to use it in that way. This is such an awesome addition to that poor girl in Paris storyline that we've kind of been unofficially tracing through these shows. That, of course, is not something that Martin ever outlined himself in any way. It's just something that I've kind of envisioned looking at all of this stuff. This person who is too poor to really be able to buy a new outfit for the party that they're going to, and so they just kind of find things around their apartment and make a way to make them fresh again. It's also very cute how the painted denim was converted into cuffs so that this look could be complete. Here we can see a typical tank top, but it's being paired with these shoulder caps as separates. This is actually something that we first saw in spring-summer 1990, though you would have never guessed that because it was really hard for a lot of these looks to figure out what was one garment, what was separate garments, what was even going on with this stuff. They're beautiful, don't get me wrong, but it is just really hard to tell what's going on with those particular garments. We can also see, because of the footage here, that these shoulder caps are not just cut fabric that's laid over the shoulders. They're very carefully structured. This is the Margiela shoulder without the tension of a full garment pulling it in both directions. This is what the Margiela shoulder looks like in isolation. And speaking of the Margiela shoulder in isolation, they also demonstrated the opposite of the Margiela shoulder in isolation with this cape piece. We can see that the back is very tucked in. The same details that they've always had are being applied here, where there's some string so that you could tie it around your stomach and keep that back very trim looking. There are no shoulders on this piece. It's literally just a cape, but the Margiela shoulders have been added into that cape. So he's bringing back a piece that he first showed in spring-summer 1990 so that he can show the contrast to that piece. We are always in this mode of DIY with Martin. Confetti can now pretty much be confirmed as an ongoing theme. Margiela's clothes are not a dark, brooding mystery, they are a celebration. Also, if you haven't fallen in love with Christina by now, I don't know how to help you. Here we see Martin's hands tying an outfit into place. Again, we're seeing these complex layers, and we're seeing the kinds of garment details that are most often seen in urban working class uniforms like kitchen aprons. You can see here that this skirt has these permanent crease marks in it that will actually never go away. It's something that looks like it was just taken out of grandma's attic and unfolded for the party. And in that same look, we can see a jean jacket that's been painted white and then cut to become essentially a bib. We can see these little ties around the back to nip it at the waist. The jacket from fall/winter 1989 was reintroduced in this collection with slight variations to color and material. We have a short version of that jacket, and we also have a long version that is shown in the video, of course. There's so many little loving details on this. The pockets are absolutely gargantuan, which is a nice structural thing, but also there's really small stuff, like in the elbows here we have these little darts that are placed. This is another really interesting jacket that they have in the collection. This is the front of the jacket here. This is the back of the jacket. This is very reminiscent of women's kind of 19-teens World War I era jackets. I especially like this really beautiful pleating in the back, this really broad pleating. That's the kind of thing that you really don't see at all anymore. And I'm sure was also something that you didn't really see in the 90s when Martin was actually making this stuff, but it's just such a beautiful structural detail that really just makes a big old difference when you're looking at a coat. This is another incredible knitwear piece that Christina is wearing in this photograph. So to go through this kind of slowly, it looks like we're wearing a white button-up dress shirt that you can see is also too long, so they've rolled the cuffs back. And then we also have this turtleneck sweater that has been slit open at the sides. So the shoulder there is still the white button-up shirt, but the front and the back of the sweater have these ties attached to them so that it's slit open and it is definitely like hanging there, but you can tie it off into your stomach and your back so that you have it actually like form-fitting down the way that a sweater would normally be. The disconnected sleeves of the sweater can be seen farther down her arms. It's like a sweater has been exploded open. We can also see a really interesting detail in the skirt. The skirt has a self-belt, I guess is what that would be called, because it's a belt that's made of the same material as the skirt itself. It's fun stuff, very, very pretty. This show seems to be the first place where Martin begins to officially back off from the press. There were obviously a lot of editors that wanted to get statements and stuff from him, and he was hiding literally the entire time that this presentation was happening. And he would just send one of his colleagues out to speak in his place. It was literally like a game of telephone. The editors would ask the colleague a question and be like, I need to know this from Martin, and he would go back into this room that no one else could go into and ask Martin the question, and Martin would give him an answer, and the colleague would go back and answer the question. One such question was them asking about the crazy sock sweaters, and he reiterated them, something that we've covered before, which is, for my collection, I wanted and needed tight-fitting sweaters. Without a manufacturer, I had to improvise. He also gives his first statement about deconstruction, which is actually a term previously that I thought that he never actually used himself, but it looks like this is something where he is addressing the term directly. He says, "When I deconstruct a new or old garment, I don't believe I am destroying it. It is a way of giving it a new life in another form." And to LUSA, he gave one of his greatest quotes of all time, which is, "My clothes appeal to women of a certain mindset, rather than of a specific age or physique." Beautiful stuff. We are still in the very early stages of this company's collections, and so we are still getting to kind of experience the roller coaster of emotions that they were experiencing themselves at the time, because we have another set of problems that make for a very interesting runway show. The women's collections book often gives a really good introduction to kind of the setup of what we're doing with the invitation and the location, so we will read from here. The Saint Martin station is one of 16 ghost stations of the Paris Metro. It was closed on September 2nd, 1939, reopened after the Liberation, and then shut down permanently in the 1960s because of its proximity to the Strasbourg Saint-Denis station. On October 17th, 1991, it was the venue for Martin Margiela's show. Thousands of glazed tiles, reputed to be the most beautiful in Paris, were illuminated by more than 1,600 candles affixed to rusted handrails. The invitation to the show was a simple business card displaying the address of both the station and the showroom with the word invitation handwritten using blue ballpoint pen. Shortly after 7 p.m., security guards abruptly closed the gates to the station just as latecomers, with editor Suzy Minquez and the designer Rei Kawakubo among them, arrived breathlessly after attending an earlier show. I think that means that Suzy Minquez and Rei Kawakubo weren't allowed in. Alright, I take back the whole series. I don't like Martin anymore. Nobody fucks with my Grandma Ray. So pretty clearly we're continuing this idea of making old useless things new and beautiful again by taking an abandoned metro station and using it as the pretty brilliant setting for this runway show. I kind of want to know how they were able to secure this as an actual location. Like, did they get permission from the city? The soundtrack for this show was handled by the legendary Frederick Sanchez. He was with Martin on his very first runway show doing the soundtrack, and he's done many of the other ones since then. And he's responsible for most major fashion houses' soundtracks to this day. This show, Spring-Summer 1992, is often cited as Frederick Sanchez's proudest moment of his soundtracking career. He cut together over 40 different tracks of people just screaming at live performances for the band that was playing. These are taken from Bowie performances and performances from the Smiths and Led Zeppelin. Just people going nuts the entire time. Mitigated by a few clips of like Led Zeppelin kind of messing with everybody and doing a lot of call and response things, as well as David Bowie announcing that he wasn't going to perform with that band anymore.
But it's the last show that we'll ever do. Thank you.
You can hear a lot of mixed emotions in that cheer. Most of the video footage that we're going to be looking at today is video footage that was filmed backstage just before the runway show. We do have some photographs from the show itself, but they didn't actually have a camera out there in the metro station getting in everybody's faces. For now, the camera seems to live backstage before these performances. As far as the general styling for this show is concerned, there was actually pretty minimal accessories. But everybody had little rhinestones that were stuck in the corner of their eyes. Also, just about every single model had their hands and fingers at least painted a certain color. This is also the runway show where we see one of the most distinctive styling moves in the house's history. Painting of the motifs of the clothes onto the skin. This all comes about as the result of some very interesting problems that they had with their manufacturer, but we'll get into all of that in time. Join me. So we start the video out on one of these scarves. There's a really interesting story behind this entire thing. The Maison had ultimately run into a problem. Their manufacturer at the time was giving them issues and just generally not cooperating. They had yet to find a manufacturer that could really help them complete their vision, that really understood what they wanted to do and that could help them fly. This manufacturer, the name of the manufacturer is Denis Claire. They were not helping them execute the designs that they actually sent them. I think the Maison was just a little too future for them. But as the deadline for the show drew nearer, they knew that they needed a new solution because this manufacturer just wasn't going to do it. That solution came in the form of a few thousand printed scarves that the team found at a local secondhand market. Martin is not a big fan of prints, but he set his preferences aside for what would be a simple solution and a giant visual leap forward for the Maison. Those scarves were transformed by the artisanal design team, and here we can see that as a crossover top. Ultimately, very few of these scarves were left untouched. Very few of them remained just scarves. A lot of them had permanent crease marks added to them so that they could kind of maintain the original condition that the team found them in the secondhand shops. But as usual, the team is not just slapping a piece of clothing on another part of the body. They are modifying the thing, and they're making it where it feels more natural to wear it in that other area. This always just kind of looks like a flippant last-minute decision, but I mean, rest assured that there is a lot of work that's going into making this look so effortless.
Next, we see the striped top from previous shows. It was a look that kind of felt a little bit out of place before, but I'm really glad that they brought it back for this show because it really looks great with all of these scarves. We don't have any official info on this specific look, but I'm gonna venture a guess and say that it's a top that's made from a skirt. The sleeves are clearly made from a separate material that looks a bit like muslin, to be honest. The buttons also look like they were sourced from some other very strange garment. We can also see the codes of the house still being honored with this very makeshift last-minute collection, because it looks like we're using 3 different scarves here that are laid over a dress. The scarves that make up the sleeves are noticeably different than the scarf that covers the torso. Sleeves as separates is obviously a detail that we've seen since the very beginning of the Maison. And in the background here, we can see a really small and maybe unintentional detail that calls back to an artisanal piece from the Spring/Summer 1990 show. Do you remember the look that was made of poster paper advertisements? Those papers were found in the Paris Metro. They stole them. Like as they were being applied to the walls, they would sneak by and snatch up a bunch of them. So we got introduced to the idea of something truly useless, old ad posters, becoming new and beautiful again. Here in Spring/Summer 1992, the abandoned Metro is completely lined with ads from 3 decades ago. And that's part of what's making this whole show seem like such a time travel. We have these, I mean, what are in the world of marketing, ancient advertisements on the walls. We have these clothes that are from many decades ago, and we have these beeswax candles that are lighting everything up. This whole thing feels very ancient modern world. Very interesting. Here we see the Breton sweater with what would become a Margiela signature, painted denim. Breton sweaters, of course, give off this very French nautical vibe and are actually still very popular today thanks to corny teens on TikTok. But if I could get a little bit poetic here, we're seeing the dominant part of the outfit, the statement piece, being imitated in another part, a quieter part of an outfit. And this is maybe talking about how a statement piece can become the dominant element in an outfit and how the outfit almost becomes the statement piece, where like the statement is bleeding into the rest of the outfit. Like that, like your memory of an outfit might be like, oh, she was wearing this striped top. And then if you were like, what pants was she wearing? It'd be like, oh, I don't know, like jeans or something? That like your memory of the whole thing is this one garment. And so they're maybe making it where like that garment can visually represent the way it's remembered. Additionally, I feel like we should talk a little bit about this idea of painting the motif onto the body. We've explored this element of the body becoming part of the clothing, or the clothing sort of becoming part of the body. The best example I can think of is in the second show when there was a look that was making it where the body was this customizable dress form. They transformed the body of the model into a dress form. They were combining this idea of the body and the art that it's wearing. I'm not fully sure I understand what's going on with this idea yet, but I'm excited to continue to kind of watch that and see how they develop it in the future and see if we can maybe pull some good conclusions out of that as it crystallizes. One thing for sure that it does exclusively in this show, the paint on the models kind of demonstrates the temporal nature of this art. Typically fashion shows are one that are not temporal at all. They're something that is a permanent piece of art that's usually after it gets off the runway, it's being preserved in an archive. And so it's a very permanent type of art typically, but this is one where Martin himself was the one actually painting these designs onto the model's arms and hands. And he was continuing the patterns that were on their clothes in a way that would be washed off an hour later. This was something where he almost seemed to be saying, this is an art and a beauty that you cannot buy from me. You have to do it yourself. A beauty that can't be bought. And here we can see that sometimes that paint that was being applied was not always a continuation of the pattern on the scarf. Sometimes it was just complementary. On this specific look, there's really no new technical details to cover, but just look at how different this is than their previous work. This is almost like a carnival type look. This is wildly different than what we've previously seen. And it's beautiful too, it looks great. Here in the video and also in the picture that's in the Women's Collections book, we can see that they're doing a classic maison detail to these scarves. They're not just tying the scarves off the way that I actually have just tied this one off where it's just a regular scarf, but I've just sort of tied it at its edges. They've applied their classic kind of kitchen apron ties to these scarves, to a lot of these scarves. These visible ties have become a major motif of the maison. Here in the video we see Martin holding fast to the statement that he gave 6 months ago to Elle magazine when he said, "My clothes appeal to women of a certain mindset rather than of a specific age or physique." And here we see 3 models that are definitely not in their 20s. But they're so pretty, like look at them. Those are 3 really beautiful women. Here we see the clothes that exemplify the problem with the manufacturer. We see a white and a black top that execute the same concept. It's a dress that's meant to be worn as an extended top. So we can see the double zipper there. That actually the zip goes all the way up to the shoulder straps and all the way down to the ankle length of the skirt. What they wanted you to do was to just have it zipped covering just this part of the torso, maybe a little bit lower, maybe down to the waist. So the idea here was that they have the zipper running all the way up the shoulder straps and everything and all the way down, but that there are stops that are built into the zipper so that you actually can't zip the bottom one past right here, and you can't zip it up past a certain point on the neck. This makes it where, classic maison move, they're wanting to say like, this is a dress, but you're going to wear it as a top, and then you're going to wear like a skirt under it or some jeans under it, and they're kind of helping you style yourself in a way that exemplifies the look of the house. Okay, well, their manufacturer heard that idea and said, no, I am not going to put a stop into that zipper because then no one will ever be able to wear it as a dress again. And this is a dress, which is perfect. That's the exact kind of moral soapboxing that we hire manufacturers for. The Maison never worked with them again. One question I do have though is what's up with these sleeves? It could be that maybe they're scarves with permanent crease marks that have been converted into sleeves. I really wish we had a better look at them. Either way, they're absolutely beautiful. Like I said, there are very few accessories this season besides the rhinestones near the eyes, but we just nearly missed an accessory because the classic Margiela cuff was incorporated into a black sleeve for this season. It was also just worn as a separate cuff the way they've traditionally done it. Okay, so this might actually be the most interesting thing in the entire video here. I find that my favorite parts of these are the parts where I have to end them with, I don't know. And this is definitely one of those times. At one point in here, it says, quote, "Inventive, form-fitting tops with permanent fold marks recreated the checked pattern of a Prince of Wales motif." Okay, so this is what a Prince of Wales motif looks like. Now, I imagine that they are talking when they say this about this top, where we can't really see it super well, but this does seem to be that checked pattern. However, we also have these still photos of looks that are here and here. And what these possibly look like to me is that they are using the same techniques to do the Prince of Wales crest, which looks like this. Maybe it's both? I'm not really sure. It's really hard to tell if we can't actually see these garments up close. Now, why is this here? I don't really know. One thing that I've really learned from doing these runway show analysis within the Margiela series and outside the Margiela series is that when a political or cultural figure is being referenced in a runway show, because political figures themselves can represent so many different things. I mean, you could take pieces of their life or certain events that they've done or certain clothes that they've worn in their own past, or just you can take almost anything about them and make it kind of mean whatever you want. It's hard for me in earnest to tell you this means this, because it can just mean so many different things. There's such a temptation for me as an interpreter to make that kind of artificially or sort of wring out some kind of meaning that fits into this show, and I
I don't want to do that to you. So we'll leave it at this. I would really like to hear y'all's thoughts on this and kind of get a little bit of perspective from the audience. So please drop some comments below about what this could possibly mean or what it means to you. Another look features a jabot, a plain white tank top, the silver paint that was from the second and third runway shows, as well as a skirt that seems to do the same with pinstripes that the Breton sweaters were doing with their stripes earlier. We know from the documentation of this collection that the zipper that's on that skirt that's not visible, and the exposed seams, which are also not visible here, but both of those ran diagonally on this piece. I'm surprised their manufacturer didn't have some kind of moral problem with that too. That fucking guy. Here we see a single shoulder knit that has a detachable second sleeve. That's a fun little detail there. Here we see an example of a dress that's been converted into a skirt. Much like before, I imagine that this dress was taken down to its pattern pieces so that they could find a way to make it perfectly comfortable and simple and natural as a skirt. And to be honest, that has to be the case, because for a high-waisted skirt, this fit is absolutely perfect. We see at least one piece that's a little more orthodox for the house. This is a classic Margiela shoulder coat with a spread collar and a deep neckline. And also the back of the collar sits really high up on the neck, which is an absolutely great choice. It's a really cool looking coat. Also, super fun detail for this show. Here we actually see working class tabbies from Japan, like the kind that construction workers wear. Other than the general shape of the shoe, this is the first time that they've paid homage to the origin of the tabby boot. This is a very small detail here that actually seems to fit pretty well within the kind of hodgepodge and kind of make do with what we have vibe of this show. And then we close out with Martin's actual hand, his real life hand, writing a bunch of gushy, sentimental stuff on this fabric. Closing out the video with this kind of classic Margiela feeling of this sentimentality and nostalgia and joy. Joy for everybody except for Rei Kawakubo and Suzy Minquez, who are probably still outside. Today we are careening into fall/winter 1992, and I am so excited because there's a lot of good foundational stuff in this show. It's going to be really excellent. The hilarious joke that many journalists had been making about Martin's work was kind of the equivalent of making the Zoolander derelict joke. Just sort of that it's like, oh, this is all like homeless people stuff, how quaint. In the Journal du Textile, they said it looked like his collections came from cardboard boxes at the Salvation Army. And Margiela thought, that's not a bad idea. Let's have a show at the Salvation Army. Typically, when an art-based company comes into another regular business and they try to set stuff up for a special art thing, it is really annoying for the business. This is true of movie studios and fashion companies and studio art presentations. Usually businesses agree to work with these people and then they end up kind of regretting it in the end. Not true here. The Salvation Army employees loved having them there. They thought this was the coolest thing ever. In the women's collections book, they point out this specific fact that I thought had been in place before, but what it says is, for the first time, a large piece of white cardboard in the shape of a letter was sent to guests, stamped with the date and the place of the presentation. To the guests' great surprise, the letter received did not reveal an assigned row. Indeed, the shows would have no seating chart, and each person found their place as instructed by employees dressed in white lab coats. Okay, so the employees as ushers thing, I knew that was new, but I thought that the seating chart had never existed. I thought this was just kind of like a Southwest flight where it's like, just pick whatever seat, man. But the women's collections book was part of the 20th anniversary gallery, and it was overseen by Martin, so I'm gonna assume that they are correct. And if we do assume that they are correct, this is a gargantuan smack in the face to fashion journalists at the time. This is not a standard protocol thing at all. The whole thing is based on this very elaborate, Versailles kind of, oh, you get to sit here, you get to sit here, but you don't get to sit there anymore, you get to sit back here now. It's still like that for really big, important houses to a certain degree, but back then it was just very OD. Everybody was very fixated on this idea of rank and where you get to sit. So as per usual, they're kind of democratizing the process and spreading everybody out, and just sort of when you get there, someone will point at you and then point at a seat. And when I say seat, I mean that term very loosely, because they were actually sitting on washing machines and weird furniture and mattresses, just kind of whatever was around. Perhaps the most atmospherically impactful part of this entire show is that they had a complete brass band marching along the runway along with the models. The styling for this show is a lot like the collection in this show. We're keeping things, for the most part, fairly minimal. A lot of the models had shoelaces tied around their necks in this cute little bow. And let me check here. Other styling details. There are none. That's it for the styling. So, stay with me as we explore the clothes themselves right after this. Perhaps the most memorable part of this entire show is that we have these little girls that are walking the runway along with these fully grown adult women. Because of the washing technique used on some of these vintage clothes, they shrunk unexpectedly. So the Maison reached out to certain models that they knew were going to be walking in the show and asked them to bring along their daughters. And these girls walked the show with their moms. The Maison made the decision to do this, and it's part of a pattern that they've had going since their very inception. Leave something half done here, keep a mistake there. And I want to stop on this for a little bit because there's such a difficulty with curation. It is an art form that can trick the viewer into thinking that it is easy. Stuff like this almost seems to be begging one to say, and maybe some of you are now thinking, this sucks! This is lazy! There is no art here! This is just people thrifting stuff, modifying it slightly, and then selling it for the same high price as actual luxury items that take time and skill to make. But here's the thing. During the process of creating this collection, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of opportunities for the Maison to incorporate some kind of mistake or half-done project into the final show. What's artful here is not so much that they included a mistake, it's that they included a mistake that continues this ongoing story that they've already established about incorporating the family into their runway shows. We had the boyfriend of one model lifting the little boy up onto her shoulders so that she could walk him down the runway. We had the two lovers walking down the runway kinda drunk at one point. We had a model walking with her little kid and her boyfriend who had to wear a white lab coat in order to stay with her and do this. The idea of bringing family members onto the Maison Martin Margiela runway is not something that is new. This is something that they've already set up as part of the DNA of their brand. And to be able to recycle the reality of an error into an already established storyline with your brand is a really beautiful thing. Additionally, incorporating these little girls into the show made it where they're right next to their moms, and they're emphasizing the fact that their beautiful model mom is not a 20-year-old. And with that, they can kind of underscore a ongoing theme that they've had for forever as well, which is that these clothes are not for women of a certain age or physique, they're for women of a certain mindset. I mean, the art of curation is hard enough, but they're perfectly selecting the right mistakes to incorporate that will build out the world of Maison Martin Margiela season over season. I mean, this is no easy task, friends. Well, I still don't like it because I'm close-minded. Well, I have no way to help you with that. One thing that we do have documented about this show, but that isn't very obvious from just looking at the runway photos or even some of the video, is that a lot of the clothes for this show are being worn backwards. And that's something that we've seen from the very first show with the backwards skirt, and then we also saw the backwards shirt in the following show. The most obvious example in this show is these backwards leather coats that they're wearing. As always, they've actually modified the pattern itself so that you're not just clumsily wearing a jacket backwards, you're actually able to put it on and it feels surprisingly natural to wear it that way. One model is seen here wearing one of their asymmetrical skirts, an undertop made from these split leggings. There's a really interesting thing that they do here where they've taken a pair of leggings and they've split them at the crotch and then they wear them as a top. I don't know if you did pointe or ballet dance, especially as a kid, or if you were close to someone who did, but that whole culture is this very strange combination of a focus on grace and beauty and delicacy, but also just very hardcore, brutal, backbreaking work. I mean, if you've ever seen dancers try to modify or break in their shoes, they're rougher on that shit than people are with motorcycles. It all has this very DIY sort of punk side to it. Not to say that the whole thing is like super punk or whatever, but there's a side of that that kind of has that same sort of like hunched over and like doing it yourself sort of mentality. And that seems to sort of be the side of all of this that they're trying to capture here by just like splitting the crotch open, putting your head over it, putting it on as a top and being like, okay, what are we doing? But back to the look, this model is wearing one of those asymmetrical skirts, like I said, and then this undertop made from these split leggings, and then separate sleeves from a separate knitwear piece
leather gloves, and a satin lining tucked in as a top. We're seeing them still executing this very complex layering, but without making things overly bulky. That's something that we've seen the entire time. We've talked about it a million times. This is a really good execution of that technique. Because again, and especially here in 2020, when we're doing lots of layering, it makes a bulky silhouette, and we want it to now. That's kind of the look that we're all trying to go for. But back then, this very like trim silhouette was something that was very in at the time for high fashion, and they were finding a way to layer a whole bunch, but still keep that very slight trim silhouette. So by contrast, we also see these knitwear pieces that are incredibly bulky. In the documentary, Margiela, in his own words, he talks a lot about his love from a very young age of dressing dolls, and that he really likes the way that the clothes fit on the dolls in that scale. And of course, we're going to see this idea get executed in a very full-fledged way in the doll collection that will be in a couple of seasons. But for now, we're kind of seeing an earlier stage of this idea. Because the way that they've cut these knitwear pieces, they bunch up and they have that bulkiness, that sort of artificial bulkiness that comes with making clothes that are this big. And this other one here is fantastic because we can see that they added in darts at the knees to give it that very full a doll's outfit affect in the skirt area. This specific one might be a single knitwear piece. It seems to have separate legs, so it's more of a knit jumpsuit, though this could just be the way that the skirt was falling at the moment the photo was taken. That actually might just be a knit dress. All rise. One piece in particular stood out to everyone who was present there and still stands the test of time today in museums, and that is a clear plastic dress bag that they got from Denny Claire, that manufacturer that was being so difficult with them last season. Anyway, they took this clear plastic dress bag. It's the same kind of bag you would get at the dry cleaners when you have your stuff returned to you. And what it looks like is they put it onto a very large dress form. This is a vintage dress form that they got. It was produced in 1936. It was a size 44, or in Italian sizing, that would be a 78. It's huge. At least for dress forms that are at a luxury house. That is much larger than most that would be available. And it looks like they did is they took that dress bag and they put it around this large dress form, and then they taped around it and then pulled it off. You may be seated. So the dress bag is already huge. It's way, way bigger than it should be because it's meant to put whatever size dress into it. Then they're taking the large dress form and putting the even larger bag over top that and then taping it down so that the dress bag is now the same size as the dress form. And then they are taking that and putting it onto a tiny model. Dress bag, dress form, model. And again, here we see them incorporating the idea of the dress form into the runway show itself. We're getting some different flavors for the way that this is being used, but I don't know if we can yet reach any real conclusions about this, but it's coming. I know where we're going with this, and it is coming, I promise. Going back to the tights, those actually were also worn as a belt in this show over a large cardigan with some distorted pockets. There's also these sleeves that we still have some great samples of in museums now that were made from old leather coats. These were used all over this runway show, and they were also sold in the stores as their own accessory. Beautiful little idea. Under one of the longer black coats is a black, what they call a cut-up dress top, and a pair of denim jeans that have been painted black. The coat is a replica of a cassock, and they did an excellent job with those details too, because there are actually 33 buttons the way that they're supposed to be, one for each year of Jesus' life. So for the Maison, these coats that have been converted into dresses, this seems like a fairly simple move, but I mean, just look at these things. They're gorgeous. This is really a show where they're coming into their own as far as the aesthetic of the house is concerned. Remember that most other houses in Paris are showing very skimpy, very revealing, very playful clothing. Again, as I've said before, nothing wrong with that. And usually even during the fall-winter season, we have these very revealing kind of girly outfits, but they're staying very true to their vision at the Maison, and they're showing the sexiness that's brought from character.
very steamy stuff.
But even beyond those specific pieces, they're really nailing down what they want to be good, sellable product for the Maison, and probably making a bid with buyers to start getting bigger orders. Because for the most part, the number of conceptual things in this show, they're fairly limited. But what I'm seeing here is a lot of really solid product that's being presented in a really beautiful way, very bohemian way, with a very complete story that's being told through the location and the band and the models with their daughters, and everything is being presented in this wonderful way, but they're really bringing some solid product this season. It'd be interesting to know if that worked, but that's just information we don't really have access to. We have an absolutely incredible runway show to look at today, and a very risky one from a business standpoint. Spring-Summer 1993 was one where they maybe took the biggest risk as far as their format for the runway show that they have done so far. A theater company in Paris was closing its doors permanently and was selling all of its assets. One thing that they actually put up in the paper in an advertisement was a lot of costumes. The Maison bought all of them and promptly got to work with their new collection. I often reference the Women's Collections book because this has been the source for a lot of the actual tangible information about the clothes that we can't really find in the photographs or even in the video of the runway itself. And every once in a while, this book has a shining beacon of good writing, and I am going to read here a couple of sentences. Here they are quoting from the Elle magazine review of this Maison Martin Margiela show, quote, "During the chaotic week of the Paris collections, when the press and buyers traditionally rush from show to show in a single monolithic unit, Martin Margiela broke with tradition, and in doing so they neatly cleaved the fashion flock in two. The unpredictable designer, consistent only in his unorthodoxy, daringly staged 2 shows in different parts of the city at the exact same time." Mwah, what a badass. Now, this would be an incredibly cool move even here in 2020, but what made it an especially cool move in October of 1992 was that it was a time when the fashion press held all of the power in fashion. These editors were being wined and dined by designers. It was not uncommon for runway shows in the center of Paris that were being held in those big tents at the Louvre, not uncommon for them to be served hors d'oeuvres and tons of drinks and for shows to go on for 45 minutes. Point is, they were treated really, really well. Because if those editors were saying this person makes a great collection, you should buy their clothes, that was as powerful then as Instagram is now. And instead of it being a democratic thing that spread out over millions of people the way that Instagram is, it was focused on a handful of individuals that were saying this is good, this is bad. So when Martin does something like hosting both separate shows way on the 18th arrondissement, and as they're talking, they all kind of figure out like, wait, we have different invitations to the same show. It is likely that these humorless editors who have already critiqued him for a lot of other silly stuff are probably going to feel like he's kind of fucking with them. But at this point, the Maison has gained so much hype and steam that they can't not go. Most of their magazines are making them at this point. All right, so we have 2 separate shows. We have the black show and we have the white show. They're being held relatively close to each other, but they are being held at the exact same time. The white show is being held at an abandoned hospital, and the black show is being held at a garage of a property that used to be owned by the polymath Boris Vian. He was in like a lot of plays, and he was in movies, and he was a novelist, and he was a poet, and he was a critic. He was a lot of different things. If you look at the clothes from these 2 separate collections together, it does look like the same collection. It's not like they were designing 2 totally separate things. What they did do is all the darker clothes went to the black show, all the lighter clothes went to the white show, and the styling between the 2 was a little bit different. At the white show, all the models had foundation rubbed really heavily into their eyebrows, kind of dyeing them white. They also had enormous fake white eyelashes. And at the black show, all of the models basically didn't wear a whole lot of makeup, but they did have black bars sloppily painted over their eyes. I like the styling for the white show a lot because at the time it was such a heavy glamour moment in fashion. There was so much makeup and there was so much specific hairstyling and stuff that this sort of almost seemed to be mocking the idea of makeup. Like it's almost like a makeup styling as directed by a 6-year-old boy.
And the black show is really interesting as well because it is the first sign of them doing this anonymous, like barring out the eyes kind of idea that will continue for the rest of the Maison's existence. The soundtrack for this show is pretty classic Frederick Sanchez fanfare. It's a John Cale track called Even Cowgirls Get the Blues, and it features a spoken section from Judy Nylon talking about the beheading of John the Baptist.
Too chaste to be true. Salome, on the other hand, daughter of Babylon, had never been refused. Nothing. So, when the Baptist maligned her, the more he maligned her, the more she wanted to reach down and just take his lips and kiss him. When he refused, she was furious. She said, "Hey, listen, Baptist, you want your head on a platter?"
Creepy stuff. Now let's go ahead and clear up one quick thing about the historic accuracy of the items that we'll be showing today. Usually Margiela is really into the idea of historic accuracy. He loves just finding historic garments and then recreating them as exactly as he's able to. But in this case, we bought costumes. We did not buy historic clothing. He bought costume. So yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, this score's not very accurate. But it will be interesting to see how they use this breaking of their streak of historic accuracy to better tell the story of the Maison. Okay, let's start.
Okay, so before we get cracking too deeply into the details and all of the technicalities of what they were doing with the clothes this season, I want to take a little bit of time and just have us look at the clothes from the White Show, which we have a lot of really good photography of. We don't have a lot of technical details about what specifically they were doing to these clothes. I imagine that these modifications are pretty face value for a lot of them. We're removing a sleeve here, we're cropping something else there, we're replacing a shoulder over here. But just the aesthetic of this show is so solid, and such a left turn as per usual with these shows. I mean, we've had a lot of fairly similar looking things up here. I think now we're going to start seeing Martin galloping a little bit more and being able to take bigger chances with each new show. I really wish we had photography that was this good of the Black Show clothes, but I mean, as you can imagine, it was fairly dark in that room, and the clothes themselves were all very darkly colored. But for this one, we really get to hone in on the details of the way the clothes are shaped and the way the shoulder and the stitching and all of the little details are done. And I just wanted us to take a little bit of time and actually look at this stuff. I'm often really surprised when the Maison hits on a really good idea like this one, finding used costumes that already have a big story, a whole life that they've already lived, and then recreating them into a fashion collection. I'm always really surprised that they don't recycle that idea a whole lot more. And I mean, this seems to be the one time that they did this whole thing for a collection, and then as usual, they dropped it and moved on. Always a great deal of pressure on the design team and on Martin himself to completely start from ground zero conceptually and to build the thing up from scratch. But yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff here and some really great photography that I'm super thankful for.
So we can see right away that models are not being given a standard hairstyle for these shows anymore. They haven't had a distinct plan for hair since spring-summer 1991. Right here in the beginning of the runway video, we can see one of the most persistent accessories for this season, which is boxwood tree branches. Only the true chosen ones of the eccentric, artsy, weirdo world can pick up a tree branch and go, I will wear this as a necklace, and then make it work. Traditionally, since boxwood trees take forever to grow and they last a super long time, boxwood branches are often used as a symbol of immortality. And I imagine that was kind of used as a good luck charm for this show, because even though they were being very true to their artistic selves, it had to have occurred to many members of the team that doing some wild shit like 2 runway shows on the other side of Paris and the split invitations and stuff, that had to at least make them think that they could be taken off the Paris schedule or just excluded from the magazines altogether. So maybe we won't have a company anymore in 2 months, but we got these boxwood branches and we're gonna do what we love. Here we go. Here we can see some of the engagements of the costumes used solo. They just literally cut them off the ends of the sleeves and kind of used them as accessories in this show. As always, please pardon my French, I understand it is terrible. And here we can see it paired with this top. Some of the dresses that they had from the costume haul were damaged, and so they would cut the skirts off of those dresses and then just use the top and the sleeves together and just use it like a shirt. Additionally, it would have been pretty easy for them to install a Margiela shoulder onto this one, but they've chosen not to. Like in the last episode, we kind of saw that they were moving a little bit away from the Margiela shoulder, not because I think they're going to stop doing it, but just more in a we don't have to do it every time kind of way. Here we can see an example of the extra lengths of belts that they had. I mean, in just about every single look, we see these waist cinching belts. And when they had extra material from those belts, they were reused as toe rings. We also see the introduction of a new silhouette from Margiela. It's a wide men's suit that's been tailored to fit the tiny models through the shoulder, but the rest is left untailored. And here we can see that the Margiela shoulder hasn't been left behind at all. It appears here in this very jacket. We also see a rather new concept that fits perfectly into the world of the Margiela layering technique. Two different sleeve cuffs paired together. One is a big throwback to a mariner's cuff with the folded up denim cuff sprouting up from under it. At least from this still in the video, it looks like the other buttonholes of the mariner's cuff have been closed off with the indentions of the buttons left intact. This could be another example of the house showing their customers how to style their clothing, kind of inviting them to find their own cool cuffs or sleeves to show underneath. Alternatively, the denim cuffs could be separates that have been sewn just out of view past the mariner cuff opening. Here we see an outfit that we don't have a lot of info on, but is definitely a great clincher to catch us up to speed on the Margiela woman's look this season. We can see that they're still making most tops and jackets with these tie strings inside them so they can be worn open without the risk of the thing flying open with a sudden gust of wind. It's just that sometimes with this collection, we're replacing those inner drawstrings with these belts. We see a little bit of excess leather being used here as a ring. All right, here we can really see them showing off the fit of these jackets. Super broad men's coats that have a purposeful fit in the shoulder makes for some outstanding bunching of the fabric. The silhouette here is so effortless looking, but of course, as always, it is the fruit of some serious labor by some skilled tailors. As with many other shows in the past with Margiela, it would be one thing if they just bought a bunch of crazy costumes and we're just kind of like, yay, look at these crazy costumes on these beautiful women. But instead they are actually putting in the work and they are remaking these clothes to make them something that is new. They are undoubtedly using the past and these kind of throwaway items. In the past we've even used trash before to make this point, but they're always remaking them so that they really do work as a piece of clothing that you would want to wear. We can see a great example of the dyeing technique used for this show. After buying all of these costumes from the theater company, they divided them into the black group and the white group, and then over-dyed them in those colors. So the black show was over-dyed black and the white show was over-dyed white. Over-dyeing, by the way, just means exactly what it sounds like. You're either dyeing a garment multiple times using a standard dyeing technique, or you are just keeping it in the dye substantially longer than one normally would to dye a garment. The costumes they got from this theater were all different colors and were made of all different kinds of fabric. But even after the over-dyeing, we don't see a lot of uniformity with the color. We see some beautiful variety. They allowed a kind of controlled chaos to mandate their color palette. Very high risk, high reward move. And one more thing about this outfit and then we can move on. Safety pins also were a big part of this show. We'll see them a lot as we go through here, but I love the fact that they're making them clear and visible. Anybody who has worked on a fashion shoot or at a runway show knows that the final product has often been pinned or clipped multiple times to achieve the desired drape or tension. Here, they need them for the same purposes, but they're, as always, being ham-fistedly transparent about it. And we've talked before that there's kind of this sexy confidence to being able to show the tricks that make your body look so good with the clothes on the outside of the clothes rather than trying to hide those secrets. Whew, we could get into some Foucault there, but I'm gonna resist this time. We're gonna keep going. Okay, this one's kind of unusual. This seems to be a Franken garment with the sleeves from one dress or coat, a crop top all on its own, and maybe a plant in there with the top, and a sheer shirt over top that. We also have a big styling detail from this show represented in this look. All rise. This is a detail that will be done and redone and done again by the Maison up to the present day. Always matching, always just above the elbow. And there's also a heavy hint of matching accessories that they'll continue on for the rest of the Maison's existence, even after Martin leaves, that we're kind of seeing the early stages of here. You may be seated. We see this again a little bit later with what is pretty clearly a costume piece as the top, but it's being flavored with these Margiela cuffs and then another set of cuffs down at the wrist. The repetition of the same accessory 2 times or 4 times is something that the house stays consistent with for forever. Obviously, anybody who makes accessories wants you to buy a lot of them, but the Maison always seems to bring a purposefulness to having a multitude of their accessories. Here we see some very elaborate costume sleeves, and maybe I am overthinking this. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But geez, this lens flare here really looks a lot like this Margiela top that came out a couple of years ago. Maybe I am going crazy because I am spending 20 to 25 hours a week looking at Maison Martin Margiela archive footage, but I could see this little screen grab from the video going up on the mood board wall and then eventually getting elaborated and designed out into this silk crepe shirt that got released a couple of years ago and that I think is very good looking. Here's another cool piece of styling detail. Instead of full branches, sometimes they would just take clear tape and attach rose petals or rose leaves to the model's skin directly. It's so interesting to watch this balance that they're striking between really elaborate execution of complex pattern technique, and then other times they're just like, rose petals, clear tape, done, next thing. It takes someone who is very resolute in their creative direction to be able to make calls like that and for them to look this good when they're finished. Martin, if you're watching, good job. Please come to my house for dinner. Here we can see a very rarely well-lit example of the permanent crease marks in the skirt. This has essentially become a signature of the house at this point. I imagine this item is selling really well in stores. Next, behold, the way that the excess fabric of this jacket sleeve falls over that cuff is perfect. Let's roll it back. There's no way I'm gonna use that. Here we see another marvel of the design team. It's a dress that's been converted into a skirt. That mode of change, the dress into skirt, is one that we've definitely seen before. But here we're seeing a knit dress folded down so the shoulder straps are down past the hips. It's one of those things where you blink and you miss it in the runway show, but it's something that is just a really awesome detail for an article that you buy yourself and wear to parties and to work and stuff. Pieces like this really remind me that these clothes are being designed for the people who are seeing them in the room in person. They're not being designed for Instagram or the way that we design for like a video that gets put on the fashion channel. They're being designed for people who are witnessing the person who is 3 feet from them wearing it. And that's a completely different effect. Stuff that's being designed for Instagram is great. I love where fashion is at right now. But a lot of that stuff has something that is very clearly crazy about it. Actually, okay, so the thing that I'm wearing right now is a great example of that. It's something that has an interesting technique to it. It's very well made. It's this weird, like, goofy top over this kind of jacket thing that kind of gets birthed out of the unzipped section of it. This is all something that plays really well on Instagram. But a piece with this level of subtlety is something that we don't see a whole lot in fashion anymore. All right, moving on. There's a lot going on with this one. We can see that things have clearly been converted, but we can't really see enough to tell any details. It almost looks like a knit corset, maybe some kind of converted sweater. This is way too cool for me not to show you people, but I'm not really sure exactly what's going on here. Here we can see a classic Margiela knitwear detail that's been present since literally the very first runway show. The seams over the bust here that are typically meant to help a top fall more fluidly over breasts are instead facing outward, so it's having the opposite effect. And we can see a dress on this model in the back that has a sheer knitwear top over it. Kind of an evolution of the ripped tights as a top, but executed as a regular piece of knitwear. This move is especially effective on this look where the undergarment, the jacket, is held open a bit. This is a look that's just waiting to be worn by the coolest girl at a party. Here we can see a really interesting flip on a previous idea. The Spring/Summer 1990 show, which I imagine we will just be referencing for the rest of this series because that show was just so good. Anyway, that show that so beautifully demonstrated this idea of the oversized tank tops being bunched up under a tight sheer top
we're now doing the inverse of that idea, it would seem. We have a fairly well-fitted vest and the boxwood branch under a very boxy and roomy sheer top. It almost kind of gives sort of a snow globe effect where we're watching this very slim body and these pieces float around underneath this thin outer layer. As all the different pieces shift and move around, we're kind of watching them through this atmosphere of the boxy sheer top. Here we see an item that looks great as a result of the white over-dyeing process. The faded pastel looks absolutely incredible here. And this is another one where a pretty shocking color for a Margiela show. I mean, powder blue, like that's pretty weird. Very bold choice, but again, the palette was not selected by specificity and by the group deciding on what specific colors they were going to get. Instead, the team selected a process and that process selected the colors. So they dyed those garments with a specific technique and then they used whatever that process gave them in return. Here's something that they seem to focus on for a good bit in the video, but we can't really tell what it is. It's a watch, maybe, or maybe an early rendition of the legendary hospital bracelet. I really can't tell what specifically this is. The hospital bracelet would be a decent theory. You can kind of see the like multiple rivets that go in a hospital bracelet here, kind of. But I mean, also the white show was taking place at an abandoned hospital. Here we see a hussar jacket that's been converted into a vest and worn under a blazer. And if this is not just the coolest look, I don't know what is. When the show concluded at the white show, all of the models came out and held up lighters like they were at a concert. And when the black show concluded, all of the models emerged and held up sparklers. Hello, thank you for watching the Margiela compilation of the first 15 episodes. So normally in chronological order, this is where Fall/Winter 1993 would go. It's not included here because the Fall/Winter 1993 runway show analysis is a Patreon exclusive video. So if you do want to get the full scope of everything that Martin was doing at the house, you can join up. You also get to join the private Discord, which is an incredible community of people, and you get a lot of other exclusive episodes and a lot of extended episodes for other runway shows, including runway shows from this series. So if you do want to check that out, the link is available right here somewhere. Thank you for supporting independent fashion journalism. We're gonna move on now to the next season, which is Spring/Summer 1994, which was actually a review season. For Martin, it was a time where he was able to look back at his past collections, and for my video purposes, it's sort of a recap of what we've seen so far in the series. So there's a little bit of new information in there, but mostly it's me kind of summarizing what Martin has done, and then we move into Fall/Winter 1994, where we just continue as normal. Thanks so much. Like everything in this series, there's going to be a lot of organized chaos here, but we're primarily dividing this video up into two major sections. One is the way that Margiela changed things concretely. The second focus of this video is going to be much harder to pin down, and that will be the ways that Margiela was conceptually changing things in his first 10 seasons. All right, so just about everything that's said here is either going to fit into category 1 or category 2. This next part is not going to fit into either of those categories because we are going to talk about what Martin actually did for his 11th collection, because that collection was also a summary collection. 5 years had elapsed since Margiela's first show at Café de la Guerre, yet no fashion show would mark his 11th season. Instead, there would be presentations by appointment at an abandoned supermarket transformed into a showroom. For 9 days, the press, buyers, and the Maison Martin Margiela team gathered at this location for an unprecedented collection that contained no new designs. For the first time in the history of fashion, a designer presented a retrospective collection that reinvented all of his favorite pieces. This is huge. Fashion up to that point had been exclusively about newness. Back then, it was much more common to do things like, this is the Russia collection, and then the next season is the China collection. No cohesion. It was a corny time in fashion. Martin was introducing this idea of very extreme cohesion to his collections. And it helped that he was staging all of these shows at just random places around the city of Paris, whereas everybody else in the fashion community was hosting all Paris Fashion Week shows in these giant tents that were set up near the Louvre. Margiela the Marginal has become the reference of the 1990s. His style is being copied endlessly.
And the only real difference between the garments as they appeared in one of the original 10 runway shows and the one for the 11th runway show was that they had been dyed in this gray color palette. So he's seeing an enormous amount of success there. He originally zigged when everyone else was zagging. He did very long, slender silhouettes. He did this very strange shoulder that he's become known for. These long, layered, tight-fitting silhouettes were completely different than most of the stuff that was being shown in the tents at the Louvre. Very muted, modest palettes. And I mean, speaking of modesty, they covered a lot of your body up. Not to say that there's any kind of moral statement that he's making with that, but everybody else in the industry was showing these very revealing outfits, and Martin was just kind of like, great, so we will show kind of the sexiness of covering things up. And that honestly became a trend. What we can focus on as far as these first 10 collections that he's summarizing here, the biggest, most influential thing is probably the Margiela shoulder. The best guess that I can come up with from my historical consultant, Lindsay Foster, is that it's based off of a bicycle outfit, though obviously a little more toned down than that. Most shoulders at the time were these big, stupid 70s shoulders. He made it where it was a much smaller shoulder that emphasized the natural shoulder coming out the end, but kind of had this little like spike in it to kind of give it this attitude. Again, in the In His Own Words documentary, Margiela points out that to him, the most important things about a outfit silhouette are the shoulder of that silhouette, which he said gives it this very strong attitude, and the heel, which gives the model a certain way of walking. And when that certain way of walking is met with that attitude, that's where the magic of a silhouette really comes out. Anyway, big trends that he brought about, like I said earlier, was the belt, the little belt that sort of tied things together. That made it where Margiela was able to do a lot of different layers on the torso of the body, but still kind of bind them all up and make it where it was still a very trim silhouette. And another trend that he absolutely launched off at the time of those first 10 shows was this very bohemian attitude that it was exhibited in all of his shows. Anything from using boxwood branches as accessories, painting the model's skin instead of doing some crazy advanced expensive accessory. And of course, all rise, the tabby boot. And the silhouette is affected by the shoulder and the walk that the model exhibits because of the footwear. This thing had a huge block heel. The tabby boot's build on a technical level was such that he could give it to models that he had literally cast from off the streets, and they would be like, but how am I supposed to walk? Isn't there like a walking thing I'm supposed to be doing? And he's like, the way that you walked when you came in here was perfect. Just walk like that. And the shoes accommodated that. You may be seated. Now we are going to be covering part 2, which is all of the conceptual things that Margiela was evolving about the art of fashion. This is the really good stuff. The simplest way that I can summarize Martin Margiela's influence over fashion was that he changed the priceless commodity of fashion from beauty to coolness. Suddenly, the hottest ticket in Paris Fashion Week was no longer these overblown, massively expensive shows that lasted 45 minutes, sometimes 90 minutes long, that were being held at the Louvre. Now, the hottest ticket in Fashion Week were these very low-budget shows that featured regular women instead of models that were being held at a cafe or at a playground or at the post office. Back then, this did not happen. Margiela had no reserved seating. If you did not show up in time, you maybe could stand in the back, and editors at Vogue and Elle did not like that. Spring/Summer 1991 took place in an abandoned parking garage, and everyone was just packed into this place. And then at one point, a model emerges from the back and walks out and carves out a path in a crowded room for a runway show, and then the rest of the models walk that same path. So think about how much more of an impact something like that makes on a crowd that's gathered, rather than just an elevated runway show where models walk down and they pose and they turn around and they walk back. So much more visceral to give your attendees an experience the way that they did in Spring/Summer 1991. And by that same extension, I think we can easily transition into the point that Martin Margiela was very much evolving what a runway could be. The most obvious one is something that's extremely commonplace today, and that's doing a lookbook instead of a runway show. For Fall/Winter 1991 and Fall/Winter 1993, Margiela did a lookbook video kind of thing. Another major conceptual change that Margiela brought into the fashion community was bringing the audience closer to the art. Many of the runway videos that they would put together would take you backstage to see how much work went into making it look so effortless and nonchalant. That idea ends up being something that Margiela introduces to the fashion world. Another massively important conceptual thing that Martin was able to bring to the fashion world was this idea of a coherent, preconceived universe for your brand. Coming up with the entire world that your brand will take place in, and then season by season, you take people from one area of that world to another. He was able to demonstrate a lot of the tenets for his brand in one single look that opened up his very first runway show. We cover this in depth in the first episode of the Margiela series, but just to run through it really quickly, we have a look that is completely white, and white will end up being this huge tenet of the brand moving forward. We have a normal person. We have very sloppily applied makeup. We have hair that looks cool, but is not done up in a way that would have been coherent with the 1980s looks that were being shown in every other show in Paris. So that kind of reflects the theme of normal people, normal, beautiful people. We have the makeup of her eyes very thickly applied, and that kind of reflects the anonymity theme that they use going forward of kind of crossing out the eyes or painting all black over the eyes or doing sunglasses that look like their eyes have been edited out of footage. We have the theme of historic references being used here with the jabot ties that are around her wrists. Typically those are put on the neck. Here she's using them almost like boxing gloves. We have her hands and her arms sort of forming a hand bra here, and that reflects this theme of things that typically aren't used to make clothes being used to make clothes. We have the faint outline of a sunburn on her chest that kind of reflects a V-neck t-shirt, and that goes with the theme of the memory of clothes. And we have the what looks to be a raw hem at the bottom of the pants, what's actually a hanging overlock, which just means that the pants are still in the process of being made. They're pants that are sort of telling you, giving you clues as to the process that goes into its creation. And of course, in this look, we have a pair of tabby boots, which will become a sort of an icon of the house. Saving the best for last, one of the most talked about elements of Margiela's work conceptually is that he questioned the idea of newness with clothes. In spring-summer 1993, a Parisian playhouse was closing its doors permanently, and the Margiela team bought up the entirety of their costume stock and then repurposed those garments and made a runway collection out of them. They never just put vintage garments onto a runway, they always modified them in very advanced ways to create new things, but they were going about the process of fashion creation in the same way that everybody else was going about it. They were looking to older garments and looking to the history of clothes to find inspiration and push the culture forward a little bit farther. But they were cutting out the middleman and taking those vintage garments and putting them on the runway. And I think they asked these big questions about what is the relationship that we have to our past? How does that past get used in the way that we think about things and do things now? Is something only valuable if it is brand new? He found very complex ways of delivering these stories to us through these clothes. Like in spring-summer 1991, we have one of the most iconic Margiela pieces of all time. That's these 1950s gowns that have been split up the front and then tied with these bows to kind of hang off of the model. 1950s women's fashion was one of the last big attempts at the infantilization of women through the shape of their clothes, this kind of baby doll cutesy silhouette, the kind of general shape of Dior's new look. And it was such a regression too, because the clothes in the 2 decades prior to that were actually a little bit more progressive for women and kind of bringing them into their new roles in society where they were getting to step up and kind of be their own person. The 1950s were a big slide backwards for that. Martin Margiela, because the 90s were another big time where women were able to kind of take charge of their lives and have a place in the workforce and stuff. Martin was able to take that infantilization silhouette of the 1950s and slit it up its front and show the model bursting out of it. And final note, Martin was able to just reassure people that they were okay. Countless crazy, often conflicting social pressures that were being put on women, and Martin seemed to be coming forward with this message that you are good and you are smart and you're interesting and you're beautiful and you are enough exactly the way that you are. Your flaws are not flaws, there's nothing to fix. You are not too old, your hair looks great. Today we find ourselves in fall-winter 1994, which might be the most important collection that Martin has produced to date. There is so much stuff that got started in this season. The replica line started in this season, the wardrobe for a doll started in this season, the motif that looks like a capsule collection for Target started in this season, but most notably, the numbering system for the Maison started in this season. This shit is so crazy. How is everyone not obsessed with clothes? Spring/summer 1994 had done very well for them financially. This is the one where they reviewed their archive and went back and reproduced a lot of their older clothes. The Maison completely rejected the idea that a fashion house has to come out with a brand new collection of clothes every single season, and that occasionally they can just kind of celebrate how revolutionary and awesome that they had been. Okay, let's set the scene for this real quick. So Martin is kind of on a kick lately of not doing like runway shows, but he's still presenting the collection, and that's kind of what we're here for, right? We're looking at the artfulness of how clothes get presented. Usually that's on a runway. In this case, it is not. Okay, so we're in March of 1994 right now. Maison Martin Margiela is carried in stores all over the world at this point. They invited mostly buyers and a little bit of press, not very many, to this private event at their headquarters where they showed the collection that would end up being shown in September. Then in September, they did events at 9 stores that carried the Maison in different parts of the world. So the event took place 9 different times in different time zones at the same time on the same day. They started in Tokyo at 7 p.m. and then worked its way around the world until we got to New York. These events were basically just parties. The press was widely invited to this one, but so were customers. Just anyone who wanted to come could pretty much, as long as there was room, show up and come in and buy the stuff right then. And that's a hugely important point. Martin was doing the see now, buy now thing decades before that was even a term. My guess about all of this, and this is where I'm a little bit unclear, so if anyone has any answers or knows somebody that worked at one of these stores at the time, please let me know. My understanding is that the small event in March was meant so that buyers could come in and at least be able to say, I want 15 of this, I want 30 of these, etc., but that the press wasn't so much invited to that because it wasn't important for press to be there. They just wanted to make sure the clothes were ordered so that they could produce what they wanted to. And then in September at the big events that happened all over the world, the purpose there was, we're going to not show the runway to the press and to buyers and stuff in the normal fashion. We're going to show it to everyone all at once. And then if people want to buy it, they don't have to wait 6 months to go and pick it up from a store, like after they might have even forgotten about it. They can just grab it right then. So the press did not like this idea, which is so surprising, right? They usually love all the stuff that Marty does. That was a joke. They usually didn't like things that Martin did. In the New York Times style section in September 1994, Amy M. Spindler wrote in an article called Patterns, when Martin Margiela decided to forego the March runway shows in Paris and present his collection for the first time when it is already in the stores, he missed out on an important part of the fashion process. The part when editors view collections and decide what trends to focus on in their magazines. So the man who invented deconstruction in fashion and who led the movement against the glitzy 80s wasn't there to balance the push to return to glitter and glamour. And the result may be that when Charivari shows his collection on Wednesday, Mr. Margiela will seem out of step. It will seem out of step before they've even seen it. Sounds like somebody got their feelings hurt. Later on, they talked to a shop owner that carries Martin's work, and she said, the statement he is making allows people to judge for themselves and have immediate access to the merchandise. In that sense, he's making it a more democratic process. Okay, shifting topics here. So there were 9 of these presentations in September that were starting in Tokyo, ending in New York. The process for presenting this collection reflects something that I think is a big crucial part of the Maison since its inception, and that is for them to set up some kind of system or rubric or just general guide for how art is going to happen, and then letting the team execute that art, and the result is just the result. We saw this same kind of process for making art done in spring/summer 1993, when the Maison bought up all of the costumes from a bankrupt theater company in Paris, and then dyed them and modified them and presented them. So at these different presentations around the world, they set up a series of instructions, and they just kind of let it happen the way that it happened. All of them had these big paper coverings for the windows of the shop before they started. They all got torn down by the models. Some of the models looked really similar from location to location. They sent off information for how the outfits were supposed to be styled. And I think just about anybody who's put on any kind of live event on pretty much any scale knows that in order to get the result that you want, it requires an enormous amount of micromanagement. So it was, I think, quite a feat for them to just send off instruction, and then sometimes a team member or two. We have a little bit of footage that shows people walking around in white coats kind of supervising things. But for the most part, the person who's going to care ultimately about this end conclusion the most is going to be Martin, and he physically could not be in all of those places. He set this format up so that he couldn't be in all of these places to micromanage the thing itself. And for the record, Martin was in New York for the very final presentation time zone to see the end of the entire project come to a close. The final result of these events is a very Margiela-esque image. It's almost kind of like a birthday party that's being done at home kind of look to it, where they're tearing the paper down and these girls kind of don't really know what to do with themselves a little bit, and they have, a lot of them had these rhodoid sunglasses over their eyes so that it looks like their eyes have just been blacked out in a tabloid. So there's these very severe kind of intimidating parts of the art, like the sunglasses, but then it still comes back to this kind of like joyous, sort of just friends having fun together kind of feel to it. Plus they're still doing the red wine and white plastic cups thing, so you know, we're still keeping it loose and fun. Okay, shifting gears again, here's the best one of these that I've done so far. All rise. You know those tags that we all so strongly associate with Maison Martin Margiela? Okay, very important note here. Those were not invented for this show. The tags did not start here. Those are like literally years down the line. However, the concept for these tags was created in this show. You may be seated, let me explain. So if you buy a item from now Maison Margiela, you'll have a tag on it with all these numbers, and one of the numbers is circled. The circled number refers to which line that item is from. All of the lines have different purposes for different kinds of wardrobes. Up until this point, basically all of the clothes were just made and it was part of the collection. But with this collection, we now started to divide things up into what at the time they referred to as groups. There were 5 groups. Let's go through them. I'll be quoting from the Bible for the group's description. Group 1 consisted of looks from former collections from 1989 to 1993, including a selection of the best pieces such as a narrow-shouldered jacket. So basically this is just pieces from the Maison's past that look really good and sell really well. So we have really basic items like this tank top that was from Spring Summer 91, or this gray jumper from their second collection ever. Both of them have exposed seams and darting on the outside instead of the inside of the tops. Another item from Spring 91, this is just a black skirt that's done up in the codes of the house. Or this cotton double-breasted coat. This one is also from the second collection that they ever made. This almost certainly is a re-release of their dress from Fall/Winter 1990 that are made of lining materials like viscose. This could be a reference to the very first trousers that they ever showed on a runway, look 1 from Spring/Summer 1989, where they had that trick with the unfinished overlock. Oh, what I would give to have a complete list of every product that was released each season. Group 2 reflected Margiela's custom from the outset of offering replicas of old garments. We have a couple of different quotes about this. The Journal de Textile had him saying, "I love the clothing I did not invent." Susie Minquez at the New York Times got him saying, quote, "Every designer looks to retro stuff. If you put a blank paper in front of me, things come up and on me from my own culture. I think I always look forward, but it is a nicer feeling for myself to go forward by looking backwards." And another quote from that same article is, quote, "Authenticity is more and more important. Instead of imitating originals, I decided to make complete reproductions." So this is a really important distinction that we have to make. It is extremely common for designers to just go to antique fairs and to go to vintage clothing dealers and to find a siren. And to find clothing that is from the past and then find details that they want to incorporate into their own collections. Martin is not doing that. He is finding clothes from the past and then painstakingly reproducing them exactly as they are. Maybe there was an isolated incident of that happening, but no one was saying like, I'm taking stuff from the past and we are remaking it in the studio because, you know, there's only one of them because it's a vintage piece and we are exact to the T. Everything is the same. Absolutely wild. The replica line continues into today and is arguably one of the more successful parts of the Maison as a business. So maybe the coolest example of this are these gloves from 1900 where you can pull your hand all the way out of the gloves, but it still stays attached by your forearm. Anything that provides layering without compromising a really trim silhouette is always something that Martin loves going for. Another item is this brown short-sleeved kind of puffy at the shoulders jumper that was from the 1930s. It's incredible that he was able to find these items that fit just so perfectly into the collections. Like, I mean, if he hadn't told you that this was a recreated item, I would have thought that it was just something that he made for the collection because it looks so much like a Margiela piece. Another piece is this tailored jacket that's from Germany, but I can't actually find the date for this specific one. Another one that just seems to fit so seamlessly into the collection. It's worth noting here about that jacket that this is a men's piece, but it's being sold as a women's wear item. And so we kind of continue this theme of playful androgyny that Martin has always pushed. Group 3 also used existing garments, but transposed them into a different scale. A doll's wardrobe from the 1960s and 1970s was reproduced and brought up to human size. How long have you been waiting for us to get to a doll's wardrobe? This shit is legendary. This is one of the most distinctive Margiela pieces in existence. Very, very well documented, but most notably in the documentary In His Own Words, Martin talks about playing with dolls as a young kid and making clothes for his dolls and really loving the unique proportions and the way that the clothes fit when they were on that tiny, tiny scale. So they took dolls' clothing and they just increased all the proportions evenly. So the buttons are out of control too big, and they're not even functional buttons. Just like with a doll, you snap them together. And speaking of a doll's wardrobe, it's not officially connected, but look, it's Christina DeConnick's little boy. This is the same little boy that was featured in the Fall/Winter 1993 editorial. This is one of the most obvious examples that it is an enlarged doll's wardrobe. I mean, the shape of the pockets and stuff, like I feel like I've seen this a million times on different Ken dolls. And I love that they even kept the loose threads. Here we have a beige cardigan. This is most apparent that it's a doll's wardrobe from the way that they handled the collar, and obviously on all the knits you're gonna have really, really chunky yarn. Another great pair of pants with some beautiful hardware. Stunning looking. That snap is like as big as your palm. We have the same cardigan that was also done in a pink, not really a whole lot of changes between those two. More trousers. I'm just showing repeats of more trousers just because, again, this hardware is absolutely insane. We have a wool coat here. This one I just point out because it's really interesting the way that they did the neck. If the scale of the coat was literally small enough to fit on a Barbie doll, then you would need to put that little slit in the back in order for the fold of the fabric to happen with the collar. Otherwise, there's just so little material there that it would just stand up on its own. It would never look like a real collar. And they kept that detail with the collection. Martin, I love you. We have a muslin and ivory satin skirt. Again, the big highlight here is this hardware. Very luxurious hardware at that. These zippers are by Lampo. Lampo makes very serious zippers. Here we see a wool vest. This one is the one that's getting paired with the wool snap-up coats in order to create this kind of sort of like a doll's wardrobe version of the twin sets that Martin has been doing for a few years. We also have examples of that same vest that was made in a green as well. Finally, we have a snap-up denim vest that was made in both a white and a black. Absolutely crazy stuff. Far and away, this is the highlight of this entire collection. To be honest, this is one of the highlights of Martin's entire career. Group 4 brought together clothing and accessories that were made by hand in the artisanal studio using new and old clothing, objects, and accessories. So this has been done, I mean, since the very first season. This is what will end up becoming line number 0. There's only a couple examples of things where I would feel confident putting them into this category. Again, I don't have any documentation of this stuff. These particular conclusions are things that I'm coming to based on looking at the footage and all the imagery that I have. One of them is this backwards suit jacket. Just like everything else that's made by the artisanal studio, it's been modified so that it doesn't feel like a backwards suit jacket when you have it on. You're still gonna have full like mobility of range, but when viewed from the front or the back, honestly, like it's kind of hard to tell that it is a suit jacket. It has such a new look once it's been modified and styled the way that they do it that it It honestly just looks like they've invented like a new piece of clothing. Another item is this incredible hair necklace. This is something that becomes kind of one of the default codes of the house's accessories. And lastly, for group 4, we have this, it looks like a torso bandage, just a body bandage. I don't know for sure that this is an artisanal item, but I didn't really feel the need to put this with the historic items, and it's definitely not a doll's wardrobe thing unless it's like Barbie survives a car wreck or something. The only other thing that I felt comfortable putting into this group 4 category is these chest rig bib things, these numbers. Basically, this seems to be another thing that ends up evolving into the numbered lines for the Maison. There's a total of 5 of these. It was numbers 0 through 4. Either way, the fact that it has the ties on it really gives it the distinct look of a Maison Martin Margiela piece. And finally, group 5 is described as consisted of the most basic design pieces, replicas of men's, women's, and children's undergarments. No one lists any examples for this. No one else talks about it other than this book. I can't for sure know what any of those pieces might have been. I could see maybe some of these things that sort of look like slips, the lighter colored slips down here. It's just so hard if you go back a couple of decades to even know what people are talking about when they refer to underwear, because to a lot of people, like, they would have called t-shirts underwear. I don't know. What even is underwear? So not a lot of help there. Probably what this was being used to do is to just sell like extremely basic pieces that had a really high margin of profit on them. Last but certainly not least, in fact, last and iconic, is the AIDS t-shirt. This is something that they are still selling to this day, and we get to see the very first iteration of it here. The first AIDS t-shirt that they ever made was this light, kind of grayish green color. The full print on these V-neck t-shirts says, "There's more to be done to fight AIDS than to wear this t-shirt, but it's a good start." And they seem to sort of block print that onto the V-neck t-shirt so that some of it just goes onto the inside of the shirt, so it's not perfectly readable. Very Margiela-esque way of delivering a message. Can't ever be too clear. You gotta make everybody work for it at least a little bit. They started then, and still to this day, give all of the profits from those t-shirts to the AIDS France Association. Today we find ourselves in spring-summer 1995. This is the 13th show that Martin Margiela produced. Okay, so spring-summer 1995 is a really interesting show. In fall-winter 1994, the last season, which was actually just a month prior to this one, they had to then play catch up and quickly deliver a whole nother season's worth of clothes. So they sent fairly plain invitations out to a bunch of people and had a runway show type thing at the cinema. The film that the Maison produced during the last season, during fall-winter 1994, was what was actually being shown at this cinema. So this is the first time that they're like doing a public showing of one of their films. And again, we went into a lot of detail about this on the last episode, but just to recap you a little bit, 9 different stores around the world that carried the Maison's work had a party essentially where 9 different models would show up and do something fairly similar. They would have a big banner out front somewhere, and then the models would tear it down. They would be like behind the glass in the windows wearing the clothes, and then there would just be sort of a party where the models wearing the clothes would be walking around. Many of the models looked fairly similar from store to store, and all of those parties took place at the same time in different time zones on the same day. So we started in Japan, and we did 9 different locations as it became 7 p.m., I believe, and then the last show was in New York. It's confusing, right? The runway show video for last season is being shown as the runway show for this season. The invitees were all sitting in just traditional movie theater seats that they already had at the theater, but there was a number of seats throughout the theater that had white canvas cloth coverings, and these were labeled reserved. And this is where the models that everyone did not know were models secretly sat for the show. They were already wearing the collection. After the fall-winter 1994 collection short film was shown, all of the models simultaneously rose up in their seats and probably had to do that awkward, "Excuse me, I'm so sorry, thank you. Excuse me, thank you." So some drums started up and all of the models took to the stage together and all stood in a group in front of everyone, and everybody went bananas and cheered. This is such an interesting format for a show with lots of incredible clothes in it. We're further developing Martin's evolution of the runway show as an art form. They're It's tons of interesting stuff. Let's do the theme song here so that we can go ahead and dig into the details. So we're kind of dealing with two shows in one here from the audience's perspective, right? We have the Fall/Winter 1994 show, which was shown as a short film, and then suddenly it's like, oh my gosh, there is a runway show here. Like, I am looking at the new collection. I will say this show feels surprisingly whole considering they only had a month to put it together. I mean, you could have been working in advance, like while they were doing the See Now Buy Now show prep stuff, they could have been starting on the design and the preparation for this collection. But if you're switching to a See Now Buy Now model, that's a business move, not really so much a cultural, like artistic move so much. Because if the See Now Buy Now model worked really well for them in Fall/Winter 1994, it would stand to reason that they would just kind of keep doing that season after season. For whatever reason, probably financial, they didn't do the See Now Buy Now thing again and they switched to this, which makes me think that they actually did have just around like 4 weeks to put this entire collection together, which is nuts. But anyway, this show really strongly continues this theme that they've had for sure since the Spring/Summer 1990 show of this casualness and intimacy with the audience. The girls all take the stage with their backs turned, and then they all turn around at once when the music kind of shifts a little bit, and then they take turns coming forward to show off the outfit that they're wearing. One interesting flip on last season is that all of the models appeared on stage wearing the same rhodoid strips over their eyes, so they look like someone who has been made anonymous in a newspaper photo. But unlike last season, they actually take those strips off in front of everyone so that they can see their eyes. Technically, the rhodoid strips did come off last season, but it wasn't during the performative part of the presentation as they are doing here. There's really only one styling detail here that's relevant, and that's these roses that have been scotch taped to the model's skin. This is a throwback to corsages, which you may know from prom. Used to be used as more of a ceremonial thing. I think the reason that they use just plain roses of a bunch of different colors is because of roses' representation of secrecy. Obviously, roses are most often used for love, but the fact that they didn't pin it down to a specific color of roses here makes me think that they were playing into some other symbolism for roses, and usually kind of the second meaning for roses is secrecy. If you watched the last episode, you heard me go into a lot of detail about the numbering system that got introduced during Fall/Winter 1994. That same numbering system is being continued here, but we've added a 6th category here. So just as a refresher, the numbering system is one of the most iconic things about Maison Martin Margiela, but that numbering system hasn't been put onto the tags the way that we know it to be now. The tag was still blank as it's been for most of the history so far. The numbering system for this show is as follows. Looks from former collections, replicas of old garments, existing garments with exaggerated proportions, artisanal clothes and accessories, basics and undergarments, linings of garments being used as the garment itself. That 6th category is actually really cool that they added that in, because that was apparently something that Martin really loved, this idea of just tearing out the lining from something and then just wearing that as a garment. We first saw that used in Fall/Winter 1990, and we're getting heavy usage of it in this season. I'm really glad that they made this an official category that they were working from, because it continues this idea that the Maison pitches that there's this woman in Paris who's extremely cool and she's very pretty, but she's not very rich. She like works at a restaurant or something, and she still is able to show up to parties and look so cool and chic, even if she isn't spending any money on her outfit. It's something where she's able to just DIY something very clever at home. Ugh, I love this so much. I want to take a little bit of time to go through the actual clothes as they correspond to the different categories and kind of see what we're working with in this collection a little bit. There's some stuff that we're going to breeze over a little bit more because it's kind of self-explanatory. Like the first category, garments from previous seasons, I don't really feel the need to like pull out all of those garments and like talk about them in detail, because those are things that we have talked about in detail in the past. I want to be respectful of your time is my point. But the second category, the replicas, is where we start to see some really interesting stuff. The most notable garment in this category is an item called the chemise à la reine. This is an item that was popularized by Marie Antoinette when she was going through her workwear phase. Just really quickly, Marie Antoinette was scooped out of a royal lifestyle that she had as a childhood and got put into literally the most formal position in the world at the time, which is the Queen of France. Clothes have always been an exceptionally important thing to royals, and especially in that era. The clothing honestly was, it bordered on ridiculous. Marie Antoinette gets kind of sick of this at one point and decides that she wants to start wearing garments garments that more represent simpler people. So she would wear this little chemise and then go pretend to be a milkmaid, which is so goofy. As it stands in this show though, I think it actually works really well as a Margiela piece. He's kind of all about repurposing garments and using them for things that they weren't initially used for. And this would have definitely been something that, at least for the person who was wearing it, Marie Antoinette, it was not considered to be like an appropriate thing for her to wear. And so it's kind of that same sort of twist that they're giving it here. We also have a negligee from the 1940s. Negligees now are just kind of a standard lingerie item that just kind of are see-through. There's not really a whole lot of like parameters on it at this point. In the 1940s, negligees were a very different thing. And again, I just think this fits really well into the idea of like cool girl who goes and like thrifts something that's like really unusual and ends up wearing it as a party dress. It fits very well into the overall narrative that they're building. In the third grouping of clothing, the proportions, which this group is basically the doll's wardrobe category at this point. Here we just have a big jacket, really good use of proportions here. Kind of the thing that I love about this group so much is that the clothes end up looking really unique and awesome without being totally just otherworldly. It's a very simple framework that Martin dreamed up to create very compelling clothes. We have a great variation on this concept here since Ken's wardrobe is now being incorporated into it as of this season. Here we have a shirt and a tie, but because of the proportions thing, the shirt looks more like a jacket. And of course, this unique kind of clip-on tie thing is very compelling looking, sort of playful, sort of goofy. Here we have a high-waisted skirt that's in a Glen plaid. This is what Glen plaid looks like, just all on its own. More Ken doll stuff. We have another item that is an enlarged gingham print shirt. Just another example where this very simple concept is producing some really visually compelling results. Category 4, artisanal stuff. Maybe the coolest item that's in this entire collection are these strapless tops that have been made from men's dress shirts. Something that I preach a whole lot on this channel is that this is likely much more complicated to execute from the artisanal team's perspective than just adding some strings onto an existing shirt to tie it with. They would often have to take these clothes apart and figure out different ways of doing the pattern in order to make it fit the way they really wanted it to. It looks effortless here, and it's supposed to, but I think there's much more that goes into it than we can initially see. Another artisanal item that's really cool is the sweater bag. It's exactly what it sounds like. It is a sweater that has been modified to become a bag. Group 5, basics and underwear. I've said it before, I think this category was created so that they could increase profitability. They're just items that have a very high margin of profit on them, like t-shirts and stuff. So there isn't a whole lot to unpack in this grouping except for one specific thing with these very XL t-shirts that are being worn by one of Margiela's main muses, Christina DeConning. Very, very oversized t-shirt that's sort of being worn like a dress, kind of off the shoulder a little bit because the neck is really wide. Especially with the rose that's been scotch taped to her skin. This gives off a very Greco-Roman kind of look. Using oversized undergarments to achieve that look has been something that was one of the most famous things that Margiela did early on in his career in spring-summer 1990 when he put a sheer see-through tight-fitting top over an extremely oversized tank top to kind of make it look like the model was one of those Greco-Roman statues. Group 6, the linings of garments. This is another one where it's a really stellar idea, but I don't feel like there's a whole lot more to unpack just besides the vibe, the very bohemian vibe that you get from a girl saying like, yeah, it's the lining for a different dress. I just tore it out. As always, the Maison's past is a significant part of its present. Showing the collection from last season at the same time that they're showing the current collection is a perfectly self-referential thing that Martin is kind of becoming known for at this point. To be honest, the best part of this show is the way that they've set this up so that the models' individual personalities become the focus of our attention. When they're all up on stage together, it looks like they weren't given super clear direction as to what exactly they were supposed to do when it was their turn. And so by leaving those directions kind of vague, it sort of left them all to sort of do what they would have naturally done if they were up there alone. And so with that vagueness of direction, we sort of are able to see more about each of these models as individual people. We see some of them copying the girl that went before them. We see some of them trying to really step out and kind of show off. We can see that some of these women are not professional models. We can see that some of these women probably would not like to be there. And we see another really excellent demonstration of the value of these women's personalities when they're going between makeup and the theater after everything is all set and they're getting ready to actually start the thing that they had practiced, and they're all so casual. They're just kind of cheesing for the camera and having fun with each other and just being themselves. And this kind of celebration is something that speaks to the core of Margiela. I mean, for how much weight we all give to the anonymous part of the brand, I'm starting to become more and more convinced that the real heart of this brand is the beauty of everyday life. It's a celebration of women as they already are. To me, this is a really beautiful reminder that the things that make you fall in love with someone are not times when they look like this for whatever reason. It's moments when they're behaving like this, when their hair maybe doesn't look perfect and their makeup maybe isn't perfect, but their personality is so magnetic that that's the thing that makes people fall in love with each other. And the fact that they're able to capture this kind of beauty in such an organic way for these is just, it's unbelievable to me. This stuff is so beautiful. Today, we find ourselves in fall-winter 1995. This is a pivotal show because we are finally back in the traditional runway show format that Martin has completely departed from for the past few seasons. It's a big one. We're going to the circus. And for me personally, this is a very important show because images from this show are one of the first things that really sparked my love for Maison Martin Margiela. For those who have an unhealthy obsession with the Maison, this is traditionally referred to as the Red Show. We find ourselves at a circus tent in the Sanctus Circus, which is way out of the way in the 16th arrondissement. As the models emerged out, they actually walked up into the audience's rows in the circus stands. As far as shows go, this is about as close up and intimate as things can possibly be. There's some footage here where you look at it and you wonder if there is actually enough room to realistically have models walking, especially considering that all of the models' faces are covered. And that's actually a really important change. This is the first time where all of the models' faces are covered. We've seen a number of models do that since the beginning, but we now have literally everyone is anonymous. Many of the Maison shows were musically produced by Frederick Sanchez. We don't have any records to tell us if he did produce this show or not, but the entirety of the show was a loop of the most circus-type music you've ever heard by a composer named Rossini, which was also the hold music at the time for the knitwear manufacturer that they had, Miss Deanna. Because this is a fall-winter collection, there is a lot of knitwear in the show, and I imagine that they are trying to, in a way, kind of celebrate the fact that they have a dependable knitwear manufacturer now. Miss Deanna produced a lot of really excellent stuff for them, and if you'll recall, there was a time when they were having to depend on Martin's mother to produce all of the knitwear that they actually needed because there were no manufacturers that were willing to entertain the wild concepts that they were bringing to them. They've come such a long way. I'm so proud of them. The color here is the most dominant part of the show. I mean, this is a very striking shift from the kinds of color palettes that we've used in the past. Martin has used colors like these before that we've seen. It's just that there's not been this kind of emphasis on these colors. And I'm wondering if the color palette that they selected is reminiscent of the circus itself. I mean, if you just Google circus 1980s, you end up immediately coming across a lot of photos that feature a very similar palette. This kind of like sickly, kind of sumptuous reds and oranges and pinks and fuchsias. And in keeping with the look of the house, this color palette has this kind of bohemian sexiness to it. I mean, we're not like in a full neon pink, like the kind of a modern sort of 1995 sexiness. This is a much more kind of dirty real life sort of bright color. The color palette really helps to bring out this kind of surreal horror kind of vibe that they've always had there but never emphasized in this way. The use of the color here makes this some of the best use of the masks to date. There are never a ton of accessories. They've always kind of been a less is more sort of philosophy with that kind of thing, but we do have a couple of very interesting pieces to cover before we get in full detail into the clothes. The most notable, unusual, crazy thing is these belts that are made of braided, what I assume is human hair. Eat your heart out, Carol Christian Pole. I'm just goofing around. Carol found his own voice with that. This is nothing like what Martin was doing. Speaking of hair, we also have these kind of pony hair side hip attachment things. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna wear these. They've fallen out like 3 times so far, and it's become a distraction. Finally, we also have at least one model who's wearing this Crown Royale looking bag thing around her neck. Charming, charming. Okay, cool. So let's all go to the circus together. Everybody that was there was probably pretty pissed because they had to slog through a pouring thunderstorm to go out to muddy circus grounds and take their seats in probably a place that didn't smell that great. And you get to learn about it while you're laying in bed. That's a pretty sweet deal. Let's dive directly into the clothes. Immediately, we see one of the most prototypical experiences of thrift store shopping for women. Luxuriousness of a bygone era. Countless girlfriends of mine have realized that they kind of do want to own a fur coat, and so they go to a nicer thrift store and buy one for $200 that probably ran its original owner $12,000 back in 1975. I'm probably gonna hark on this a whole lot, but geez, those masks really make this look terrifying. I mean, that looks like a nightmare. That looks like an actual nightmare. A very cool nightmare. We can see that the AIDS tee is still alive and well, and we now get it in this incredible fuchsia colorway. We see a continued use of the opera glove removable sleeve thing, and now we get it in this really wild, bright red color, more of kind of that old world glamour thing that's been modified to fit the palette of this season. We get the Pepto colored ankle strap tabbies. Red tabbies have kind of become a bit of a staple for the Maison, but this show really cemented that colorway as an iconic one for the brand. Also, here's a cute picture of Bjork putting on a pair of these tabbies from just a couple months after the show. And I think it's worth noting here that this show produced some of the best looking painted tabbies that we have in the entire history of the brand. The really dark, deep reds and browns just really work as a painted on color for the tabbies. Crushed velvet, or maybe it's a velour, seems like a big textile for this show. And it fits so perfectly too, because velour looks to an untrained eye like it's actual velvet, but it is way, way cheaper. It's kind of considered to be a kind of trashy, which of course fits perfectly within a brand that tries to elevate the lives and experiences of normal working class people. As always, if this series is something that's brought a lot of value to your life, if you really enjoy this content, you should support it. This is an excellent time to hit the pause button, go down to the description, click the Patreon link, and spend just like 2 minutes signing up for it. These episodes take an enormous amount of work, and the support is greatly appreciated. Pretty early on in the footage for this show, we see some classic codes of the house, like permanent crease marks and outward-facing stitches on some of the skirts. Here we can see a top that's been used for many, many seasons and a matching leather top and some leather trousers. Here we get our first glance at a big point of inspiration for this season, the mechanic jumpsuit. As she walks away, we can see that this is part of the replica line because of the stitching in the back. This here is a look from a few seasons ago where they take a pair of tights and split them up the crotch and then wear them like a top. We're continuing the bohemian vibes here with black mohair. Mohair gets used a lot in this season, and really it's become just kind of a normal, recognizable thing that the house repeats a whole lot. So as we move through more of these looks, I'm personally noticing that we're seeing a lot less layering in this show than we have in past seasons, and I have a little theory as to why that might be. Since the Maison started shoring up and refining the items that were actually going on sale in stores a few seasons ago, we've started seeing fewer experiments, and we're starting to see more just solid product. And I feel like maybe the massive amounts of layering was sort of scaring off buyers from picking out specific things to actually carry in their stores, and now they're wanting to just show things as they are so that they can get more product in more doors. I mean, you might have noticed that we're having fewer all rise moments in the last few episodes, and that's because there just aren't as many super iconic items from this small collection of shows here. But the cool thing about that is that we're not sitting here on bated breath wondering if they've lost the magic. We know how this story ends, and that the absolute most iconic stuff that they've ever made is coming soon. Another really unusual change about this show is that I don't see the Margiela shoulder anywhere. For a lot of these, we're seeing an unstructured or almost a soft shoulder for a few of these, and we're seeing a couple of padded shoulders. I'm not really sure what to make of that, but it is worth noting that it is not here. At the end of the show, we do a traditional Margiela flood where all the girls come back out. A couple of really interesting details to note about the way this was actually executed. First of all the girls are very iconically carrying these big red balloons with them. As always, we have the employees that kind of emerge a little bit with them in their white coats. And you'll notice that all of the models have shed their masks. So even when we're diving fully into this like surreal kind of horror element that Kanye West really liked to play up when he was emphasizing Margiela's work a lot during the Yeezus tour, even then we still kind of come back to this joyousness that the Maison is so good at. And then we all get to experience this like, the play's over, we did it, hooray! The celebration, kind of like the end of an SNL episode kind of moment. But to me, the most interesting part of the flood, this is so wonderful, that the camera actually switches from being in color to being in black and white, but the only color that the black and white film picks up on is the color red. And while it's doing that, it can't really process the red balloons properly because they're slightly translucent, and so we get this very trippy, very beautiful colorization where it's just this spotty red all over the screen. I imagine that somebody was really pissed when they were editing this film and realized that they couldn't get that blue strip off. I don't know about you, but for me, because the Maison reuses the same models so often, every time they do a flood, I feel this great fondness for a lot of these faces as they pass the camera. Even for the models whose names I don't know at all, I recognize all of these girls at this point, and I kind of feel like they're my friends now. Today we find ourselves in spring-summer 1996, and I am so excited because this show is sick. The show took place in October of 1995 at a building that seems to serve multiple purposes. There's one source that points to the thought that it could be a school, but it seems to just be a place that has an auditorium and serves multiple different purposes. Either way, the show took place in a large auditorium. The runway was made up of multiple wooden tables that were pushed end to end to make a very long runway that just looked like a massive 72-foot dining table. The first row of seating was stacked up against the runway itself because it was made of tables. They were there and they were totally available to be sat at. All Margiela shows seating is first come, first serve, but no one was actually brave enough to come sit at that first row because it was just like right there under the runway. So this might be the only show in Paris fashion history where the front row is voluntarily left completely empty. As the guests found their seats and the show actually got started, there's always this question of what will the soundtrack be? It's always something really unusual with the soundtrack, and this time was no exception. They had a team of American cheerleaders there doing their cheer routines just to the sounds of the models walking in heels on these wooden tables. And to continue the change that they made last season, all of the models, 100% of the models for the first walk, all wore the face covering. So everybody had the face coverings, and there were these cheerleaders, and there was the stomping sound of the walking. I mean, this is Martin Margiela and his team fully embracing the surrealist roots of Belgium to the fullest degree. The most noticeable part about this show, and the thing that made it the most noteworthy for the Maison's history, was this certain motif. We haven't gotten to do this in so long. All rise. Photographs of garments that are screen printed onto other garments. You may be seated. That felt good. He's back. I'm not sure a single theme has been explored with such depth in a Margiela show so far as this one is here. A very high percentage of the total number of garments that are in the 44 look show feature this motif. So we're going to be spending a lot of time on it today, not just because of the quantity of pieces, but because there is a lot of meaning to unpack within those pieces. As far as meaning making goes within fashion, this is the best show that we have covered thus far in this series. I'm exceptionally excited to bring this to you. I'm so happy. I wore the hospital bracelet, like it's a special day. Let's do this. This is the first time in history that a Maison Martin Margiela print was created rather than found. Very important difference there. For all their previous shows, the prints that were being used were prints that were from vintage garments that already existed. So that print was designed by somebody else. Things like the spring-summer 1992 season, the one that took place in the abandoned subway station. These were prints on scarves that they found and purchased from a flea market, used in the show, and then those prints themselves became legendary because Margiela curated and used them. Here, we're doing something totally different. Margiela and the team curated 12 garments, vintage garments. They were things from anywhere in the 30s to up to the 70s. 12 garments. Then they took those garments, hung them up, and had the photographers that had been photographing their work for the entirety of the brand's history to come in and take photographs of those plain garments. And then they took those photographs, just the negatives actually, and they screen printed those negatives onto plain blank clothes. Even when they're crafting something original, the Maison leans completely on the past. One way to approach this concept is that Martin and the team are making a statement about the copying nature of fashion. Something that Martin has already explored a ton by reusing garments from the past. Here he's making a really big leap forward with this concept by showing the garments from the past becoming new because of things like technology. Not necessarily in the world of fashion, but screen printing itself had been possible since 1900, and screen printing on clothes was possible in the 1960s, so this isn't necessarily something that's brand new, but it's something that was definitely not used in high fashion situations. It would have kind of been like putting jeans on the runway before Helmut Lang. It was just kind of something where it's like, that exists, but why would we do that? That in the fashion industry is just allergic to change, so. Another thing to consider here is that prints and patterns patterns are something that previously Martin had put directly onto the body. It was something that got inspired by these vintage scarves that they pulled. Again, this is the Spring-Summer 1992 collection, but they had the idea to continue that pattern onto the model's skin itself. Kind of as a way of saying that the most beautiful clothes are the ones with a history, and the most beautiful thing is not the clothes, it is the person that's wearing them. Here we're kind of inversing that concept, inverse, converse, contrapositive. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing with the concept, but they're flipping it in a way to make it where now the past is a permanent, visible part of a new contemporary set of clothes. People have said that every new fashion collection is haunted by the clothes of the past, and here, instead of just being heavily inspired or just using clothes from the past as they often have, they're making the reference point of the garment clearly visible, maybe more visible than the garment that bears it. Another really interesting point about this motif is that this is a spring-summer collection and that all the clothes match that perfectly. It's all very light and flowy stuff, but that a good number of the clothes that are printed onto these are autumn-winter specific clothes. Among the garments that demonstrate that was a Shetland overcoat from the 1930s. We also have a fur coat from the 1950s. We have a checked tweed skirt from the 40s. We have a military safari jacket that's in a washed cotton. This is probably my personal favorite of this little set here. A really interesting one is a chunky sweater that was put onto two different pieces. One is a stiff cotton jersey and a more flowy synthetic. We have a striped poplin men's shirt that was also transposed into another shirt. We have a long, what's described as a Hollywood-style gold sequin dress from the 70s that was moved onto a top with straps, and then the screen print was actually split in the middle so that it could also be on a matching skirt on the bottom. Are we ready to put on our interpretation hats? Because we're about to dive very, very deeply here. You ready? This is a lace dress from the 1960s. The team chose to have this photographed while it was turned inside out. That way they could emphasize the lining of the dress, and that piece itself was printed on a dress that was just the lining of another dress. Did you catch it all? So, pretty common thing, Martin pulls out the lining of an existing dress and just says, the lining is going to be the dress, put this on. But because he has so heavily explored this theme of the lining of garments, we're now going even deeper on that concept by taking the lining of a dress and then screen printing on a dress that has been flipped inside out to show its lining. So we kind of see the 60s lining, and then we see lining from the 90s, and now here we get an even further perspective on this because we're kind of looking at the history of linings. We're seeing 30 years back to Martin, and then we're seeing 30 years further back to the 1960s. This is so brilliant. He's not just referencing the past in an overt way. He is forcing his current collection to be in a literal conversation with the past. Who is this man, Martin Margiela? Yeah! It's so good. I love it. Let's move on. Yeah, because we're not done. That wasn't even the highlight. Just wait. We also see a gathered silk blouse that was printed on silk muslin. So this is another conversation. We're going to have to break down a couple of things here. The gathered silk blouse, I think it's safe for us to assume, was made using traditional weaves for silk. Silk is a luxury fiber, and the reason it's considered so luxe is because when you feel the hand of the finished textile, it's very smooth to the touch. The way to bring about that very smooth, tight weave is something like satin, or you weave it into a taffeta. But this is not that. This is silk muslin, and muslin is almost always referred to in a way where it's cotton. I think maybe there was a little bit of a translation issue there, but I think when they say that it was silk muslin, that just means it was a plain weave silk, which just means it's checkerboard. It's like the most plain weave that you can possibly do, which is why they call it plain weave. By the nature of plain weaves, you would have very slubby silk because it's not super, super tight. The raw silk would be very apparent, and when you felt it, there would be noticeable bumps. Even visually, there would be like noticeable bumps on it because of the rawness of the silk, and it's very loosely woven. So the blouse that was photographed in the tighter weave of silk, the one that's vintage, that one, when it first came out, would have been a beautiful blouse. It would have been something that was very desirable, something that would have been considered luxurious. But now, because it is a vintage piece, it has very little, if any, value. It would be looked at, even in 1995, as being something that's kind of ugly. Here we're taking brand new threads of raw silk and we're weaving them essentially into a t-shirt, something that is very not luxurious, but is using those same materials. And by putting the blouse on top of that as a screen print, we have been having a conversation about value and what is luxury, and is this t-shirt now luxurious? What makes this luxurious? The Maison is finding some really good ways to ask some hard questions that even here, as I record this, I'm still kind of struggling with what conclusions I need to finally draw from that. It's something that has kept me thinking for the last like 2 days. I really like this piece a lot. Interesting note about the screen printing process for this, even for the vintage garments that in their shape resembled the final garments they were being photocopied on, even if these two garments did line up pretty well if you placed them side by side in person, the photocopies weren't able to cover the entire garment because you were taking a flat image of that garment and then trying to spread it over a three-dimensional space. Kind of like how a physical globe accurately represents the shape and the distance of continents, but then if you try to lay it flat on a map, it becomes inaccurate because it's a three-dimensional thing that's trying to become a two-dimensional thing. And so this is the opposite of that, where we're trying to take a flat image and make it three-dimensional. So the ends of the screen printed photos always had a little bit of a gap before they reached the end of the physical garment themselves. We have documentation that Martin, when he noticed that that problem was going to be an inevitable part of the process, said that he really liked it and that it reminded him of a collage. And that's such a beautiful way of thinking about this project and a lot of Martin's clothes at large, a collage. As if this show was not already perfect, we get to see a concept executed here that Martin had been chewing on since he started the Maison in 1988. The tabby boot changed things. Ever since Rei Kawakubo bought a pair back in 1988 before the brand had even launched, and when Bayer snatched them up at that very first show, Martin had clearly created something truly, truly special. In the very first few minutes of the documentary, Margiela, in his own words, Martin himself specified, quote, "The shoulder gives you a certain attitude, and the shoe, of course, gives you a certain movement. And when a certain silhouette moves in a certain way, I'm very happy." So it's about the shoe and the shoulder, and everything else, even when it's brilliant, is in service to those two core elements. According to the statement in the Women's Collections book, which Martin personally oversaw the writing of, it says, quote, "Martin had dreamed of shoes that weren't there, that could be reduced down to a nude foot poised on a leather heel and sole. He finally made it happen for this show. Tabby soles in black leather with a big cylindrical heel, kept on the foot by several loops of wide, clear tape." End quote. And it's worth noting that they did not have new soles and heels produced specifically for this show. They took shoes from previous seasons in the archive, cut the tops very carefully off of them, and then were left with those just soles and heels. Reduction has always been such a huge theme as we've moved through these shows. Shoulders for a certain attitude and heels for a certain walk. Here in this season, Martin tells us that you don't need his clothes and you don't need any clothes. You don't need heels, you don't need clothes, you don't need a bag to become the woman that he is showing in the runway. By removing the shoe from the feet, they're just left with the walk. Not the awkward stiletto forced walk that pitches you forward and forces you to flex your thighs, but the easy, flattering walk that comes from a block heel just a couple of inches off the ground. You may also notice that, like last season, the Margiela shoulder does not appear in this show. Shoulders for a certain attitude, heels for a certain walk. You know what shoulders give that perfect attitude? Your shoulders do. You know what walk is just right? Your walk. There is no becoming in this collection. There's nothing to fix. You're already the beautiful, cool, confident woman that is loved and desired and is worthy of admiration. Martin took the shoes away because this project has never been about selling a pair of boots or trying to get women to dress a certain way. It's about finding the beautiful women that are already in our lives and celebrating those women just as they are. As the models returned for the flood, they had shed their masks just as they had last season. They let their hair down. The only clothes that remained on the runway among the 44 women were those in the Trompe l'oeil motif, which further emphasized the season's strongest theme. As a product of that, many of the girls held their chests in a hand bra because they weren't wearing tops now, which of course calls back to the very first look that Martin ever put on a runway. Maybe the Trompe l'oeil looks weren't the stars of the flood. Maybe this is another symbol. Could be a reach, but maybe we're understanding that the most beautiful look is just yourself. We can certainly see that sentiment carried out by the girl here who was really feeling herself and said, fuck a ham bra. Would it even be the 90s if we didn't have topless models on the runway? Today we find ourselves in fall-winter 1996. This is a really unusual show for Martin. We're exploring kind of old, luxurious glamour, which is a very unusual topic for him because usually we are diving into like bohemian life, the lives of working women, whereas here we're kind of slinging it back to the luxury and beauty standards of yore. Will Martin critique or praise these standards? I feel like that should be pretty obvious. There's an interesting quote in the New York Times review of this show that I can't tell if their quote is a compliment or an insult. It says, quote, "Mr. Margiela is fashion's greatest individualist, an outsider even when fashion took him in, and an outsider now as fashion moves on." Joke's on you guys, we never move on from Marty. So the previous show, Spring/Summer 1996, explored some of Margiela's most simplistic cuts to date. Usually Martin is very fixated on this idea of complex layering while keeping the silhouette very trim. And with the last show, I mean, it was just about as simple and as unlayered as it could possibly be. If you haven't seen it yet, that show is maybe one of the best shows that Martin ever did in his entire career. It's where he was photocopying old clothes onto newly made clothes that were made out of the lining of other clothes. It's an incredibly complex, very symbolic show. It's well worth watching, but watch this first. But yeah, especially considering Martin's entire catalog, that show was a triumph of simplicity, which happened to correspond with what was kind of trending at the time. Being super minimal and stuff was very cool in the mid-90s. We see a lot of that simplicity continued here, though he doesn't go anywhere close to as minimalistic as he went last season. The biggest direction change in the Margiela ship this season is the fact that he's using very luxurious materials, things like camel hair, wool velvet, some taffeta. And in the past, of course, we've seen him pretty much exclusively use very cheap things and find ways of elevating things that are very common and normal in everyday life. But here he's kind of wanting to explore a more couture approach to this same idea. And if you find that this series is helpful to you in some way and you want to watch the entire episodes, with this one in particular, you're only getting about half of it here in the public version of the video. Join the Patreon, man. It's $3 a month and you get access to all these extended episodes. You get bonus episodes, you get to rewatch all the live streams, and you get to join the greatest fashion community on the internet in my private Discord server. It's a very tight-knit group of people. Everybody is just talking about fashion all day long. It's an absolute blast. Click the link. So this collection was actually the first one that got Martin noticed by the House of Hermes. He wouldn't end up joining Hermes as the creative director until the year following this season. But you can really see in the clothes from this season how they looked at his work and said, I think that needs to be our guy right there. And much to Martin's chagrin, a lot of journalists kind of interpreted this show as him sort of becoming preppy. Kind of like, oh, this guy started out doing very like bohemian cool stuff and now he's finally settling down and doing more luxurious looks. I think once we actually look at this stuff, it should be pretty easy to conclude that that's not... That's an oversimplification. Let's look at this location. Salle Wagram had been used for fashion shows for a very, very long time. But ultimately, there's no distinct purpose for this building. It is a massive Parisian building with lots and lots of space, and in Paris, that's pretty difficult to find, so it's been used for everything from conventions to balls to everything else. Martin chose to show in the basement of this building where there was still a lot of room, but no windows, so they could make it absolutely pitch black when they wanted it to be. But the ballroom element of this place kind of lends itself to this classical beauty thing that Martin is really exploring in this season. And of course, Martin exploring the theme of classic beauty is going to look very different than what we imagine classic beauty to be. Let's begin, shall we? By far, the most visually striking thing about this show is the fact that every single individual model was escorted through a pitch black room by a technician holding an umbrella that had lights on it so that the model was the only thing lit in the entire room. Now, there's a few different things that could serve as the visual inspiration for this idea. The most notable one that I can think of is this picture of Pablo Picasso and Françoise Gillot. Françoise is also a painter. The two of them had a very tumultuous relationship and 2 kids. And beyond that, the fact that we're kind of exploring classical beauty in this show sort of means that This is kind of that idea of like, oh, when like the right woman walks into the room, it's like, oh, that's all that I can see. But something gives me a little bit of pause with that idea, because another very, very striking visual element of this show is the fact that all of the models had these permanent shadows painted on the top half of their faces. This of course plays into the classical image that Margiela does where the anonymous thing where the eyes are blacked out. That's a motif that he's kept up for most of his career at the Maison. But that's a really interesting element here with this contrast, because it's not just covering over the eyes, it's covering over the whole top half of the face. So we have lighting from above, but then it also seems like they're being lit from underneath. There's this incredible interview with Alfred Hitchcock where they ask him a question about lighting, and he does this really goofy thing where he grabs a flashlight and says, okay, listen to me. This is lighting. Romance, horror. Romance, horror. That's all lighting is. Hitchcock, what a goof. But he's right? Like the simplest way of like communicating that something is meant to be scary is by lighting it from underneath, and the simplest way to communicate that things are supposed to be dreamy and beautiful is by lighting them from above. Here Martin is doing both, albeit one of them is artificial. And so while Martin is playing with this idea of very romantic beauty and kind of old Hollywood glamour type stuff, he's also incorporating this classic Margiela thing in there where it's like things are still a little bit surreal and unsettling. Another possible thing that I found is that they're meant to kind of imitate bokeh light, which we get a pretty healthy helping of at the end of the video for this season, which I mean is a really beautiful thing symbolically. I'm not sure I've ever seen bokeh used as a symbol in something before. It kind of represents something that is a beautiful, far away, bright, and out of focus. I also read some comparisons that the makeup was supposed to represent a veil of some kind, but I mean, honestly, I like my interpretation better. And as always, symbols like this for Martin are not always going to be things that we can tie down in a really neat, organized way. They're ethereal. It's an amalgamation of ideas that are crystallized into a very memorable image. The book that I use kind of as my guide for a lot of this stuff to start the research off, the Margiela Women's Collections book, it specifies a really interesting thing at one point that I wasn't sure I had any explanation for. It says, quote, "On the floor, duct tape arrows delineated the contours of an absent podium." So like, I think that means that there was a podium in there at one point, and the duct tape on the floor that they were also using to guide the models, like as a reminder of where they're actually supposed to walk. There are arrows that are duct taped onto the floor. So this is saying that they also duct taped a like outline of a place where a podium was supposed to be somewhere in the ballroom, which I imagine that ballroom probably was used for a lot of conventions and speeches and stuff. I just don't understand why that's important enough to be included here. The writing for this book was overseen by Martin and the team, so I can't imagine that something was just thrown in there willy-nilly, but I have no explanation as to why that would be included. It kind of feels symbolic, doesn't it? A really cool detail from this show is that Martin adds another piece to his toolbox of layering things up on the body without adding a whole lot of bulk: the obi belt. Besides this just being a continuation of Martin's playing with the idea of a doll's wardrobe that he officially started in fall/winter 1994, this is another gentle reference to historic items. And it's cool because Martin never really goes fully in on historic ideas. He goes very fully in because he'll replicate stuff that's from just, you know, a couple of decades prior, a few, maybe 5 decades prior, but as far as like history things, he never fully like recreates things. It's always just kind of taking inspiration from something and then sort of totally recreating it as his own thing. The tabby boot itself is a great example of that. The obi belt, the ties that he's used for years that were originally used as men's, kind of like an early version of the necktie. His use of them to me always feels very transformative. The show's music is by an Italian artist named Mina. She was huge in pop music in the 60s and 70s. Martin apparently this is so great. Martin apparently found an amateur recording of Mina's final show that she did in 1978. Martin found an abandoned tape of that in a bin of trash in an alleyway just a few days before the show. The audio technician for the runway show didn't want to actually use this stuff because the recording was such poor quality, but Martin insisted, and I'm really glad he did because it sets the mood so well for this kind of old glamour idea. This specific one I can't play or else I'll get demonetized, but you should definitely go check out the actual songs that were played here. The most notable one of those is this song called Yes, Traveling, or in Italian, Si, Viagar. Viagar. Yes, Traveling. It's a song that's about not giving up and recovering after trauma with the help of a friend. And in the same way, Martin is kind of making old things new, and I mean, that's kind of a stretch, but this one I think serves more for the purpose of vibes, but I think it's worth mentioning. The other 3 Mina songs that are used in this runway show are mostly about doing it, like a lot. Very racy. Mina is kind of a Margiela girl in her own way, really. She was a successful woman. She was very independent. She was very frank about her sexuality. But here, I think that she sets the mood of classic romanticized beauty in a way that Martin is going to kind of play with while he gently mocks it. There is this super iconic Margiela image that shows the area in the back where buyers were able to come through and inspect the clothes more closely. And there's this massive ad for the toothpaste company called Pepsodent. This seems to have inspired the makeup for this show in a lot of ways. At the bottom, the ad reads, "Why are her teeth whiter than mine?" And they sort of recreated this with this incredible image of this kind of manically smiling woman. Like I said, this really inspired the makeup for the show because all of the models had the black veil over their faces, and they had this bright red lipstick, but then they applied this varnish to their teeth, which is what in old Hollywood movies they would use to make sure that the main actress's teeth just like shone brightly like shimmering pearls. That honestly sounds really gross to me. We also have a classic Chanel reference in this show where they wore the tabby boots, but they pulled pantyhose over the tops of the boots and then let the black part at the end of the pantyhose show at the end of the white tabby boots. The black tipped shoe thing was a classic Chanel reference, and honestly, like, who represents like classic femininity more than Gabby, right? Of course, Martin is taking that classical beauty image and kind of recreating it in his own kind of surrealistic, janky, kind of real life grit kind of way. Another big styling thing that was used in the show is that many of the models' legs were painted white, which to me, just right off rip, looks like they're in the process of shaving their legs. And it also adds another element to the layering of this show. That's another thing where it doesn't add any bulk, but it still adds another visual element that's interesting to the outfit. We originally saw Martin dealing with the painting of the actual skin of the models in spring/summer 1992. And here again, he's kind of showing this thing where it's like, you can't buy this part of the look. This is something that you've always had at your disposal at home to do yourself, and you should do it at home yourself. It's kind of another just sort of gentle, very small anti-capitalist part of the Margiela story, I guess. As he's done many times in the past, Margiela is repurposing the lining of garments for this show and using those in different pieces in the outfit. We also bring back a very classic Margiela technique, a really quiet one. The blown out knees, where they've kind of modified and darted the knees of the pants so that it looks like they've already been stretched out, even when they're absolutely brand new. This was something that Martin originally introduced in his spring/summer 1989 show. So we are making a very old Maison reference, bringing it back in this show here. I so appreciate you all joining me and watching through the entire series as it stands so far. It's worth noting that the Margiela series is nowhere close to being done. This is a passion project of mine, and there will be well over 60 episodes when we are finally finished. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us still to do. And there are no sponsors for this series. The sponsor for this entire series is the motherfucking Patreon. So if you love this independent fashion journalism, and if you really find a lot of use in this stuff, I'd ask that you please support it. A lot of people in the past have asked me what Patreon and even the Discord actually are, and so a quick summary of that is just that Patreon is a way for you to support content creators that make videos that you really love. I don't work for GQ, I don't work for Vogue, I don't have a boss of any kind, and so the only real income stream that I have is through people who kick me $3 a month or $9 a month or $30 a month, depending on what you want to give. By signing up to that, you get lots of perks, like you get to watch extended episodes. A lot of the episodes that were in this series, the later ones, maybe the last 4, those have an extra 7 or 8 minutes of really excellent content on the end of them, but that extra content is only available on the Patreon. In addition to that, we have whole episodes that are only available through the Patreon, and you also get to join the Discord server, which I mean, there's a million ways of describing what Discord actually is. The easiest way that I have to put it is just that it's a massive fashion friends group chat for everyone that does support me. And so it's just people talking about clothes, asking questions about clothes. I end up spending hours every day in my Discord server, and I absolutely love being there. It's a really welcoming group of people, and it's also just like the friendliest, single, best fashion community on the internet. If you'd like to join the Patreon, the link is somewhere right here. It's also a link down in the description. I greatly appreciate the financial support, and I also greatly appreciate the support that you give with comments, likes, shares, and personal recommendations that you give to people that you know would appreciate it. I love you all with the white hot intensity of 1,000 suns. I will talk to you later.